The Victorian Chemist, Medicine, Poison, and Regulation in the 1880s. Written by Alana Sanchez. Copyright 2026 Alana Sanchez. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, edited, copied, altered, printed, shared, unauthorized storage on electronic devices, or distributed without the written permission of the author. Author's note. This book was written with a single commitment: restraint. The Victorian chemist's world is fertile ground for sensationalism. It contains poison, secrecy, courtroom drama, moral panic, coded transactions, and enduring mysteries. It invites speculation. It tempts the writer to fill silence with narrative certainty. It rewards bold claims and dramatic conclusions. I have resisted that temptation. Where the record is clear, I have stated it plainly. Where the record is ambiguous, I have left it ambiguous. Where evidence conflicts, I have acknowledged the conflict rather than resolving it for narrative comfort. This is deliberate. True crime, at its strongest, does not invent clarity where none exists. It examines systems, context, and human behavior without overreaching. It recognizes that the law requires proof beyond reasonable doubt and that historical inquiry must accept when such proof is absent. Suspicion is not evidence. Motive is not action. Detection is not demonstration. The 19th century presents particular challenges to the writer. Records are uneven. Language is coded. Moral pressures distort what can be said openly. Newspaper reporting is vivid but not always neutral. Court transcripts capture speech under stress. Inquests preserve fragments of domestic life at moments of grief. The historian must move carefully between them. This manuscript approaches the Victorian chemist not as a caricature and not as a villainous archetype, but as a working professional embedded in a complex society. The book avoids romanticizing poison and avoids vilifying ordinary practice. Most chemical transactions in the 19th century were not criminal. They were attempts to relieve pain, manage illness, and cope with difficult lives. At the same time, it would be dishonest to ignore the structural vulnerabilities of that world. Chemical accessibility, domestic privacy, euphemistic commerce, uneven regulation, and developing forensic science created real gaps. Those gaps are part of the story. They are explored here not for spectacle, but for understanding. No recipes, methods, or procedural instructions appear in this work. Substances are discussed in historical and regulatory context only. The focus remains on systems, culture, and documented events rather than operational detail. The intention is examination, not instruction. Where themes overlap with sensitive areas, reproductive health, intimate remedies, household chemicals, they are treated in broad historical terms. The purpose is to illuminate how Victorian society managed, and often struggled to manage, the intersection of morality, medicine, and regulation. It is not to reconstruct private acts beyond what evidence allows. This book also reflects a wider interest in the material culture of medicine, how bottles, labels, ledgers, counters, and qualifications shape behavior. The history of pharmacy is not merely the history of substances. It is the history of trust. It is the history of access. It is the history of how societies attempt to control risk without surrendering relief. If readers leave this book with certainty about a single dramatic case, then I have failed. If readers leave it with a deeper understanding of why certainty can be so difficult in chemical crime, and why regulation evolved as it did, then it has served its purpose. The Victorian chemist stood at a threshold between suffering and solution. That threshold still exists, even if the architecture around it has changed. The questions that animated 19th century debates, about access, safety, privacy, and responsibility, have not disappeared. They have merely taken new forms. History does not provide comfort. It provides perspective. This book is offered in that spirit. Preface. In the 1880s, the chemist's shop stood at the edge of modernity. Behind its glass windows and polished counters, a quiet revolution was taking place. Substances once known only in crude botanical form had been refined, isolated, stabilized, bottled, labeled, and sold. Alkaloids had been extracted. Anesthetics had entered operating theaters. Industrial chemistry had shortened the distance between laboratory and retail counter. A customer could step off a London street and purchase, within minutes, a compound capable of relieving agony, quieting anxiety, stimulating appetite, inducing sleep, or ending a life. The Victorian chemist did not appear dangerous. The shop was arranged to communicate order, drawers neatly labeled, bottles aligned in disciplined rows, scales calibrated with care. The atmosphere was one of cleanliness and competence. It suggested rationality in an age that prided itself on scientific progress. Yet that order masked a central tension. The chemist's shop was both a site of healing and a point of access to harm. It was a place where modern medicine expanded its reach, and where the boundary between remedy and poison narrowed to a matter of quantity, timing, and intention. This book examines that boundary. It does not treat the Victorian chemist as a caricatured dispenser of exotic dangers. Nor does it portray the 19th century as chemically naive. Instead, it traces the structural conditions that shaped how medicines and poisons were sold, recorded, restricted, and understood. The 1880s were not a lawless pharmaceutical frontier. By that decade, Britain had already enacted poison legislation, established professional qualifications for pharmacists, and introduced requirements for recording the sale of certain controlled substances. But regulation was evolving. Enforcement varied. Public knowledge of chemistry was partial. Commercial incentives remained strong. Between statute and practice lay a wide field of human discretion. Discretion is the key word. The chemist occupied a position that was at once commercial and professional. Customers entered for ordinary reasons: a persistent cough, a sleepless week, an anxious temperament, menstrual irregularity, a child's fever, a household pest problem. The chemist's authority rested not only on formal training but on social perception. He, and in some cases she, was a trusted intermediary between scientific knowledge and domestic life. Advice could be given. Sales could be refused. Records could be entered with care or with indifference. A transaction might be routine, or it might carry a flicker of unease that left no trace beyond memory. The substances themselves were not inherently criminal. Laudanum, morphine preparations, chloral hydrate, cocaine tonics, arsenical compounds, chloroform, and a range of so-called female regulators existed within recognized medical and commercial frameworks. Many were prescribed legitimately. Some were advertised aggressively. Some were known to carry risk but were tolerated because alternatives were limited. In a society that accepted pain as common and self-medication as practical, potency was not automatically suspect. What made the chemist's shop historically significant was not simply what it sold, but how those sales were embedded in culture. Respectability, reputation, class, gender, and moral language shaped what could be asked for openly and what required euphemism. The same counter could supply a sleeping draught to a middle-class clerk and a rat poison to a laborer. It could also serve as the discrete source of substances described only as remedies for irregularities, their language coded to avoid legal exposure. The chemist's register might record a signature beside a poison, while another product of similar strength was sold without fanfare under the banner of medicine. This duality complicates modern judgment. It is easy, from a distance, to imagine that the 19th century permitted chaos. It did not. Nor did it fully control risk. It existed in transition. Scientific authority was rising. Public health administration was expanding. Pharmaceutical training was professionalizing. At the same time, the market for patent medicines flourished, advertising often outran evidence, and addiction was poorly understood in clinical terms. The regulatory state was strengthening, but it had not yet acquired the surveillance capacity or laboratory infrastructure that characterize modern drug control. The chemist's shop therefore becomes a lens through which to examine broader themes: the growth of professional medicine, the development of poison law, the culture of self-treatment, the management of reproductive health, and the tension between commerce and safety. It is also a lens through which to understand Victorian crime. When a suspicious death occurred, investigators frequently turned to the chemist's books. Who had signed for arsenic? Who had purchased chloroform? Was the sale properly recorded? Did the chemist recall anything unusual? In poison trials, the counter became part of the evidentiary chain. A signature in a register could assume courtroom significance far beyond its original intention. Yet most sales never entered criminal history. Most customers sought relief, not harm. The ordinary function of the chemist's shop was therapeutic, not lethal. To write its history solely through notorious cases would distort its daily reality. This book instead situates crime within the broader commercial and regulatory context in which it occurred. It considers how poison registers were introduced and maintained, how certain substances were categorized as dangerous, how others slipped through classificatory gaps, and how social assumptions shaped enforcement. No instructions are provided here. The book does not describe preparation methods, dosages, or practical mechanisms. Its focus is structural and cultural. It asks how Victorians organized access to powerful substances, how they justified that access, and how they responded when the boundary between medicine and poison was breached. The 1880s represent a pivotal decade in this story. By then, the Arsenic Act of 1851 and the Pharmacy Act of 1868 had begun to formalize poison control. Pharmacists were distinguishing themselves from unqualified vendors. Scientific journals debated safety and dosage. At the same time, urban growth increased demand for readily available remedies, and printed advertising widened the reach of pharmaceutical products beyond the chemist's immediate neighborhood. The shop became part of a national network of supply and regulation, even as it remained locally rooted. To stand inside a Victorian chemist's shop in 1880 was to stand within a layered system: commercial exchange, scientific aspiration, moral expectation, and emerging state oversight. The bottles on the shelves represented progress. They also represented risk. The balance between those two realities was maintained not by chemistry alone, but by law, custom, and individual judgment. The chapters that follow examine that balance in detail, beginning with the interior of the shop itself, moving through the structure of poison registers and regulatory statutes, exploring the market for potent medicines and coded remedies, and tracing the gradual consolidation of pharmaceutical authority. Through this lens, the Victorian chemist becomes more than a background figure in criminal history. The chemist becomes central to understanding how a modern society learned to live with substances that could both cure and kill. Chapter 1. Inside the Chemist's Shop, 1880. The chemist's shop was designed to be believed. Even before a customer stepped inside, the frontage communicated a message: order, cleanliness, competence. Glass panes displayed bottles, jars, and boxed preparations in deliberate arrangement. Lettering on the window signaled a trade that wanted to be seen as more than trade. In many streets, the chemist's shop looked more like a small laboratory than a merchant's room. Its appearance mattered because the products inside it asked for trust. Some were mild. Others were potent. A few could kill. Most customers could not judge the difference from sight alone. Inside, the shop was structured around separation. The counter acted as both boundary and stage. It kept the stock out of reach while keeping the chemist in view. It forced a customer to ask, and it forced the chemist to answer. That exchange, question and response, was the heart of the chemist's power in the 1880s. Power did not always mean malice. Often it meant judgment. Who was permitted to buy what? Who looked respectable enough to be believed? Who seemed sober? Who seemed anxious? Who looked as though they might misuse what they asked for? The chemist's shop sat in the gray zone between open commerce and controlled supply. It sold products, but it also policed them, sometimes gently and sometimes firmly, depending on the shop, the district, and the personality behind the counter. In Victorian cities and towns, the chemist's shop was one of the most practical points of medical access. Doctors existed, but their services could be expensive, slow, or socially revealing. A doctor's visit could announce illness to neighbors. It could mark a household as troubled. It could create a paper trail through appointments and household staff. A chemist purchase, by contrast, could be folded into errands. It could be conducted quickly. It could be framed as routine. Discretion was one of the chemist's most valuable products. Discretion mattered for reasons beyond embarrassment. Victorian respectability was fragile. People lived close together. Neighbors watched. Domestic servants carried information from one household to another without needing to mean harm. A family could lose standing through a whisper as easily as through an event. For this reason, the chemist's shop became a place where private matters could be managed without formal declaration. Not all customers entered in crisis. Many came for familiar needs: cough mixtures, fever remedies, salves for skin trouble, powders for digestion, lozenges for sore throats. Others came for the less definable Victorian condition: nerves. Overwork, sleeplessness, weakness, exhaustion, and mood disturbance were often described in language that framed the problem as bodily rather than psychological. The chemist offered tonics and sedatives, stimulants and soothers. The same shop could sell something to wake the weary and something to quiet the restless. The 19th century is often imagined as chemically reckless, and there is truth in the contrast with modern regulation. Yet by the 1880s, Britain was not without controls. Certain substances were recognized as poisons. Certain sales were meant to be recorded. Certain products were associated with harm when used wrongly. Regulation existed not as a single clean system, but as overlapping efforts, law on paper, professionalization within the trade, and local enforcement that varied in strength. The shop was where those forces met the public. The chemist as a local authority. In many neighborhoods, the chemist occupied a position halfway between tradesperson and professional. The shopkeeper behind the counter might be trained and licensed, or might have qualifications that blurred into earlier forms of apprenticeship. The public did not always know the difference. What the public knew was that the chemist dealt in medicines and chemicals, and that dealing carried prestige. Prestige grew from the appearance of knowledge. The chemist's instruments, scales, measures, labeled drawers, signaled precision. Precision implied safety. Even when products were marketed with bravado and certainty that would later look irresponsible, the presence of measurement suggested control. The chemist also held another kind of authority, the authority of recommendation. A customer might arrive with only a symptom and a vague worry. The chemist could supply a name for the problem, or at least a category. In doing so, the chemist turned anxiety into an item that could be purchased. In many cases, that transaction was helpful. It offered relief. It offered hope. It offered the sense that the body's chaos could be managed. But recommendation also carried risk. When a product harmed someone, the harm did not always begin with a malevolent purchase. Sometimes it began with ordinary trust. The chemist was not simply a dispenser. The chemist was a translator. He translated bodily suffering into commodity. He translated legal categories, poison, medicine, restricted, permitted, into practical decisions. He also translated social reputation into access. Someone who looked respectable might be treated as safe. Someone who did not might be refused or questioned more harshly. This is a central theme of Victorian regulation. It often rested on class assumptions. A poison register could require a signature, but the judgment of whether someone should be allowed to sign could be influenced by how they presented. Regulation was not only paperwork. It was the daily behavior of shopkeepers and customers. A cabinet for the home. Victorian households commonly maintained a store of remedies. People expected illness to occur. They expected children to cough, women to suffer periodic ailments, men to be struck by sudden pain or persistent fatigue. The household medicine cabinet was a practical response to a world in which healthcare was not universally accessible and in which home treatment was routine. Some remedies were mild. Others were strong. Many were designed to calm or sedate, because sleep was considered restorative and because pain relief options were limited. The Victorian household did not necessarily think of these substances as drugs in the modern moral sense. They were medicines. They were tools. The idea that a person could be harmed by dependence was not absent, but it was not framed with the same clinical precision modern readers expect. This is how dangerous substances can become normal. When a culture treats strong sedatives as ordinary household items, the presence of those items does not automatically signal criminal intent. This matters when reading Victorian crime. It is easy to look back and assume that possession itself was suspicious. Often it was not. Chemists did not merely sell individual remedies. They sold the idea of preparedness. They sold the capacity for a household to manage its own discomfort without calling in outsiders. And then when something went wrong, when a death looked suspicious, or when an illness became fatal, those same household stores became evidence. Bottles that were once just in case became questions. Who bought them? Who knew they were there? Who controlled them? Who administered them? Domestic medicine created domestic vulnerability, not because it was always misused, but because it created access. Advertising, brands, and the market for hope. By the 1880s, the chemist's shop sat inside a broader commercial ecosystem of patent and proprietary medicines. Packaging promised relief. Labels declared confidence. Newspapers and posters carried advertisements that were designed not merely to inform, but to persuade. A person could come to believe in a remedy before ever meeting the chemist. This shift is important. In earlier eras, Household remedies circulated through family knowledge and local tradition. In the late 19th century, mass advertising widened the market and encouraged self-diagnosis. A person could identify their symptoms in an advertisement and purchase a product without medical consultation. The chemist became, in some respects, a retail endpoint for a national industry of medical marketing. That industry was not purely fraudulent. Some proprietary medicines offered real relief. Many were inconsistent. Some contained ingredients that would later be regulated or restricted. The key point is not moral condemnation, but structural change. Medicine became consumer product at scale, and the chemist's shop was one of the places where that scale met the individual body. For a chemist, this created tension. Professional identity rested on knowledge and care, but commercial survival rested on sales. A chemist might stock proprietary products because customers demanded them. A chemist might also feel uneasy about those products while still selling them, because the market rewarded confidence more than caution. This tension between care and commerce is not unique to the Victorian era. The Victorian era simply shows it in a sharper outline because it was a period of rapid transition. Professional pharmacy was consolidating while mass advertising was expanding. The chemist stood between those forces. Coded language and private requests. Not everything people wanted could be requested plainly. Victorian public morality was strict in language even when private behaviour was not. Topics such as sexual health, fertility control, and female irregularities were often managed through euphemism. Customers asked for remedies using phrases that allowed both parties to pretend, if necessary, that nothing improper was being discussed. The chemist could offer products marketed as restoratives or regulators, described in terms that avoided explicit mention of their intended use. This coded language mattered because law and reputation mattered. Certain acts were criminalized. Certain forms of information were treated as obscene. Certain purchases carried moral stigma. A chemist who wanted to protect their business and their standing could participate in this euphemistic economy without openly challenging the era's moral rules. The presence of coded products also complicated later inquiry. If a product was sold under a general description, its true intended use might be known privately but never recorded. This creates a gap between record and reality. The chemist's books might show an innocuous sale. The household might understand it differently. Again, the point here is not instruction. It is structure. The chemist's shop was a place where language itself functioned as a form of regulation. What could not be named could still be purchased, but it would be purchased under the shelter of ambiguity. Poison, pest control, and ordinary danger. The Victorian chemist was also a supplier of substances used in the home for reasons that had nothing to do with medicine: pest control, cleaning, industrial work, and household maintenance. In urban and semi-urban settings, rats were common. Insects were common. Domestic contamination was a real problem. Households sought chemicals to manage these threats. This meant that poison did not always appear in a household for murderous reasons. It might appear because rats were destroying food stores. It might appear because a household wanted to protect itself from infestation. It might be stored in ways that were casual by modern standards, because the modern instinct for secure storage had not yet developed in the same way. A chemical used for pests could later become implicated in a human death, through accident, misuse, or deliberate act. This is one reason poison regulation developed, not because poison was inherently criminal, but because poison was increasingly ordinary. An ordinary poison is a particular type of social problem. It is not exotic. It is not rare. It is part of daily life. It becomes dangerous precisely because it is familiar. The poison register, accountability after the fact. By the 1880s, one of the key tools of poison regulation was the register. In principle, the register created a trace. It linked a controlled sale to a name. It allowed investigators to ask whether a poison had been obtained, and by whom. It also acted as a behavioral deterrent, at least in theory. A person intent on misuse might hesitate if they knew their name would be recorded. But registers are not absolute control. A name might be false. A signature might be forged. A friend might purchase on behalf of another. A chemist might be careless. A chemist might be sympathetic. A chemist might be bribed. A chemist might believe they are doing a customer a favor. Registers create friction, not certainty. More importantly, registers are oriented toward reconstruction. They do not prevent every misuse. They create an evidentiary tool after harm occurs. This is why poison regulation often appears in true crime. When a death becomes suspicious, investigators turn to the register, and the register becomes a character in the story. Yet registers also reveal the limits of Victorian enforcement. A system that relies on signatures assumes social honesty. It assumes that the chemist will insist. It assumes that the purchaser will comply. It assumes that the chemist will store records properly and that the records will remain legible. In many places, these assumptions held enough of the time to make the system worthwhile. In others, they did not. The gap between policy and practice is where both accidents and crimes can hide. The chemist's memory as evidence. When poison cases came to court, chemists were often asked to recall transactions, whether a particular person had purchased a substance, what they said at the counter, whether the sale felt ordinary, whether the purchaser looked anxious, whether they asked questions. Memory is not designed for that task. In a busy shop, dozens of customers could pass daily. A single transaction might not stand out until the chemist was summoned to court weeks or months later. Under those conditions, a chemist's recollection could become shaped by the pressure of the question itself. This is why poison regulation did not stop with registers. Over time, professional pharmacy moved toward more formal record-keeping and more explicit boundaries. Victorian society was learning slowly and unevenly that accountability needed systems stronger than individual memory. But the 1880s sat in the midst of that learning. Chemists were still local figures, their shops still personal environments, their routines still influenced by habit and human judgment. In such an environment, a person could obtain dangerous substances through paths that were lawful, semi-lawful, or merely tolerated. Respectability as a filter. The most uncomfortable aspect of Victorian chemist culture is the way respectability functioned as a filter. A well-dressed purchaser could be assumed safe. A woman accompanied by a servant might be treated as respectable even if the purchase itself was unusual. A man with a professional air might be granted access with fewer questions. A laborer might face suspicion for requesting the same substance. This is not unique to the 19th century, but it was particularly visible in Victorian Britain because class was sharply coded in dress, speech, and conduct. The chemist's shop was one of the sites where these codes were enforced. This matters because it affects what ends up in records. It affects who is refused. It affects who must sign. It affects who is remembered. In short, it affects which people are made legible to law. When reading Victorian poison trials, it is tempting to treat access as purely chemical or legal. It was also social. The chemist, consciously or unconsciously, participated in the enforcement of class boundaries while dispensing medicines and chemicals. A quiet engine of modern regulation. The Victorian chemist's shop was not a static institution. It was changing rapidly. Pharmaceutical training was becoming more formal. Professional identity was strengthening. The state was beginning to treat chemical sales as a matter of public safety rather than private commerce. At the same time, demand for potent relief was not disappearing. Urban work was exhausting. Poverty and overcrowding created illness. Women managed reproductive risk in a culture that moralised their bodies. Households sought quick solutions to pain and sleeplessness. Patent medicines promised certainty where medicine often could not. The chemist stood at the center of these pressures. This is why the chemist's shop belongs in the history of medicine and in the history of crime. It was not merely a place where poison could be purchased. It was a place where modern society learned to live with chemical power. It made relief accessible. It also made danger accessible. It created records that could become evidence. It also created gaps where intention could hide. In the 1880s, the shop's most important feature was not the bottle itself. It was the transaction, the act of asking, the act of supplying, the act of recording, or failing to record. These small actions, repeated daily, formed the infrastructure of Victorian pharmaceutical life. Chapter 2, The Poison Book, Registers, Signatures, and Quiet Accountability. The Poison Book was not designed to stop every death. It was designed to make certain deaths legible. In the decades before the 1880s, Britain was forced to confront a reality that sat awkwardly beside its faith in progress. Powerful chemicals were becoming ordinary. They entered homes not only through medicine, but through housekeeping, pest control, and industry. They could be bought for plausible reasons and misused for catastrophic ones. When something went wrong, the absence of a paper trail meant the truth could dissolve into rumor. A community might suspect a poison. It could not always prove it. The poison register, often called the poison book, was one of the Victorian state's first attempts to impose accountability on a marketplace that had expanded faster than its safeguards. It worked through friction, not force. The act of requiring a signature, a name, an address, and a purpose was meant to interrupt impulse. It created a moment where the purchaser had to be seen, recorded, and remembered. It also created a record investigators could consult later. The register did not presume that all purchasers were criminals. It assumed something more mundane, that ordinary commerce sometimes produced extraordinary harm, and that harm demanded traceability. Why the register emerged. Victorian poison regulation did not appear in a vacuum. It was a response to pressure from multiple directions. Public alarm after notorious poisoning cases. Medical concern about accidents and misuse. Commercial expansion of chemical retail. Political interest in making dangerous goods manageable. Arsenic became an emblem in this story, partly because it was widely used and partly because it featured so often in suspicion. It could be purchased for legitimate purposes. It could also be used to kill. The fact that it could serve both roles made it a regulatory problem rather than a simple criminal problem. The register attempted to split those roles through documentation. If arsenic was used for rats, the sale should be recorded. If arsenic later appeared in a death, the recorded sale could narrow the inquiry. The Victorian mindset here is important. The register was not built as a surveillance system in the modern sense. It was built as an evidentiary scaffold. Its logic was, if society cannot prevent all misuse, it can at least make misuse traceable. What a poison sale was meant to look like. In practice, poison control in the 1880s often operated through a set of rituals that were both bureaucratic and social. A controlled poison sale, properly conducted, tended to require that the purchaser be known to the seller or be introduced by someone known, that the purchase be recorded in a register, that the entry include name and address, that the purchaser provide a signature, that the container be appropriately labeled as poison, that the substance be supplied in a form intended to discourage confusion. These requirements did not exist purely to satisfy law. They were designed to build social accountability. A signature did more than create a legal mark. It created a psychological mark. You had to write your name next to something dangerous. And yet, the rituals could be performed loosely. A chemist might accept a familiar local resident's name without additional checking. A chemist might allow a servant to sign on behalf of a household. A chemist might accept a customer's explanation without probing it. The register depended on compliance, and compliance depended on ordinary human behavior: diligence, fatigue, indifference, sympathy, fear of losing trade. This is where Victorian regulation becomes visibly human. On paper, the system looks firm. On the street, it is performed by individuals, and individuals vary. The poison book as a moral object. To the Victorian public, the poison register carried moral symbolism. It represented a belief that danger could be contained through order. It suggested that the state could domesticate chemical risk by turning it into paperwork. In a society that valued documentation, bills, receipts, legal letters, property records, this belief fit cultural habits. Yet poison was uniquely resistant to moral packaging. It could be used quietly. It left few witnesses. It often worked through ordinary domestic acts: a meal, a drink, a medicine. That invisibility is what frightened people. The register was one way of pushing invisibility back into visibility. But there was another moral dimension. The register also positioned the chemist as gatekeeper. It implied that the chemist had a duty beyond selling. The chemist was asked to judge whether a sale was legitimate, and the register served as both tool and shield. If questioned, the chemist could point to the book. The sale was recorded, the buyer signed, the procedure was followed. This defensive function mattered. Victorian chemists were not merely concerned about customers. They were concerned about liability, reputation, and their standing as professionals. Pharmacy professionalization and the problem of trust. By the 1880s, pharmacy was becoming more formally professionalized. The public began to expect that the person behind the counter was not simply a shopkeeper. They were someone trained, regulated, and accountable. This expectation produced a paradox. The more the chemist was treated as a professional, the more customers trusted the chemist's judgment, and the more responsibility the chemist carried for what was sold. A chemist who refused a sale risked losing business or provoking conflict. A chemist who permitted a sale risked being implicated if harm followed. The poison register sat between those risks. It allowed the chemist to say, "I complied with the law." But it also allowed investigators to say, "You supplied the substance." The register could protect, and it could expose. This is one reason Victorian chemists sometimes developed strategies that were legal in form but cautious in spirit. They might insist on introductions. They might refuse sales late at night. They might avoid selling certain items to unfamiliar customers. They might adhere rigidly to labeling and record-keeping, not only out of public duty but out of self-protection. The limits of the register. The poison book's effectiveness was always limited by the ways it could be circumvented without dramatic illegality. A purchaser could use a proxy, a servant, a friend, a messenger. Offer a plausible purpose that was difficult to challenge. Provide a name that could not be verified quickly. Choose a chemist who was lax, busy, sympathetic, or careless. Buy small amounts over time rather than one obvious purchase. A chemist could enter details incompletely. Fail to ask questions. Allow a familiar customer to bypass strict procedure. Treat the register as a ritual rather than a safeguard. Make assumptions based on class and appearance. This last point is central. Respectability often functioned as informal identification. A person who looked proper might be trusted more readily. A person who did not might be questioned. The register did not eliminate bias, it sometimes embedded it. And then there is the hard reality that paperwork is retrospective. It can tell you who bought something. It cannot always tell you who used it, who stored it, who transferred it, or what happened after the bottle left the shop. The register made a trail. It did not control the trail's destination. Registers in real investigations. When a suspicious death occurred, investigators often turned to chemists in the area and asked the same foundational questions. Had the deceased purchased anything recently? Had their spouse or servant purchased anything? Had any unfamiliar person asked for a controlled poison? Could the chemist recall a particular sale? Did the register show entries connected to the household? The poison book therefore became a bridge between domestic space and public authority. A death that began in a kitchen or bedroom could be traced back to a counter, a shop bell, a small ledger entry, a signature. But the book's value was inconsistent. It could produce clarity. It could also produce ambiguity. A name in a register might be common. An address might be incomplete. A signature might be unreadable. An entry might be truthful but misleading, recording a legitimate purchase later diverted to a different use. Victorian investigations were therefore forced to do what modern investigations also do, combine paperwork with context. They asked not only was it purchased, but why, by whom, and what was their situation. And this is where the poison book intersected with private life. Because controlled substances often entered households through domestic routine. They were stored in cupboards, drawers, medicine cabinets. They were administered by wives, servants, and caregivers. A bottle might pass through multiple hands without ever returning to public view. When harm occurred, the register could identify an entry point, but it could not reveal the chain inside the home. The cultural fantasy of perfect control. It is tempting to imagine that Victorian poison regulation represented a confident state tightening the net. In reality, it was an early imperfect attempt to catch up with chemistry and commerce. The poison book created a comforting illusion that danger could be boxed into categories and controlled through record-keeping. In practice, danger remained diffuse. It lived in ordinary homes. It lived in ordinary habits. It lived in the cultural belief that self-medication was normal and that a trusted shopkeeper could substitute for a doctor. This gap between fantasy and practice helps explain why poison cases remained so resonant. They exposed the fragility of safety systems. They suggested that modern progress carried hidden threats. They also revealed how much depended on trust, and how easily trust could be exploited. Gender, privacy, and the under-counter economy. Not all regulated or controversial purchases were recorded with the same candor. Victorian customers often relied on euphemism to obtain items related to intimate health. Some products were marketed in coded language. Some were requested quietly. Some were sold as tonics or restoratives that concealed their social purpose. The poison register was not always the tool for these transactions, but the culture that produced the register, this culture of documentation and gatekeeping, shaped them. Women seeking privacy might prefer a chemist because a chemist purchase could be folded into daily life more easily than a physician consultation. At the same time, the chemist's discretion could be moralist. A chemist might refuse, judge, or quietly comply. The key point is structural. In the Victorian marketplace, the regulation of substances interacted with the regulation of bodies. The state controlled certain poisons. Society controlled certain conversations. The chemist's shop sat in the middle, where law and morality overlapped without fully aligning. The poison book as a historical record. For historians, the poison register is valuable because it captures ordinary transactions that would otherwise vanish. It is a record of what people feared, what they needed, and what they were willing to keep in the home. It reveals the slow construction of modern drug control, not through sudden prohibition, but through incremental documentation. At the same time, its gaps matter as much as its entries. A clean register can suggest careful compliance, but it can also suggest that the most questionable transactions were diverted elsewhere, handled privately, or conducted through less regulated channels. A messy register can suggest carelessness, but it can also reflect the pressure of high-volume trade. The book is neither proof of safety nor proof of chaos. It is evidence of a society in transition, trying to keep the benefits of modern chemistry while limiting the harms, and discovering that harm does not always announce itself in a way paperwork can prevent. What the poison book could not solve. The poison register could not answer the question that haunts so many Victorian cases: what happened inside the home? It could establish that a substance was purchased. It could establish by whom, at least in theory. It could provide an investigative starting point. But it could not prove administration. It could not prove intent. It could not reveal whether a bottle was used for its stated purpose, accidentally misused, or deliberately repurposed. This is why Victorian poison cases often pivot from the shop to the household. The register creates the first leg of the story. The rest of the story is domestic: who controlled the medicine cupboard, who prepared meals, who nursed the sick, who had access to glasses and bottles, who could act without witnesses. The poison book, for all its authority, was a beginning rather than an end. Chapter 3: Bottled Promises, Patent Medicines, Advertising, and the Business of Relief. In the 1880s, medicine was not only practiced, it was sold. A Victorian chemist's shop did not exist in isolation, as a tidy room where trained hands dispensed carefully measured compounds. It existed within a much larger commercial world, a world that treated illness as a market, anxiety as a customer base, and hope as something that could be packaged, priced, and repeated. This world relied on one central premise: most suffering is persistent, and persistent suffering will pay. In modern hindsight, the phrase patent medicine suggests fraud. The reality is more complicated. Many proprietary medicines in the 19th century were not patented in the strict sense. They were branded. They were advertised. They were protected through secrecy and reputation rather than through scientific disclosure. Some were harmless. Some were moderately helpful. Some were dangerous. Many were inconsistent. What united them was not chemistry alone but confidence, the promise that relief was available without the cost, stigma, or delay of formal medical care. The chemist's shop became a frontline distribution point for these bottled promises. A culture of self-treatment. Victorian Britain was a society in which self-treatment was normal, not marginal. A large portion of bodily management occurred at home: coughs, fevers, insomnia, pain, digestive trouble, women's irregularities, infant ailments, and the vast category of nerves. Doctors were consulted for severe or prolonged illness, but the boundary between doctor-worthy and home-manageable varied by class, geography, and household resources. For the working class, medical consultation could be unaffordable. For the middle class, consultation could be financially possible yet socially disruptive. For all classes, a chemist's shop offered speed. It offered discretion. It offered choices. It also offered a comforting illusion that the right bottle could restore order to the body without requiring exposure of private life to public scrutiny. This culture shaped demand. It also shaped vulnerability. When a society normalizes strong remedies in the home, it increases the likelihood of misuse, accidental or deliberate, without necessarily increasing the likelihood of criminal intent. In such a culture, the medicine bottle becomes an everyday object. Everyday objects are rarely treated with fear until something goes wrong. The rise of medical advertising. The Victorian era witnessed a rapid expansion of advertising infrastructure. Newspapers grew. Billboards and posters spread. Printed handbills reached households. Advertising became more sophisticated, more psychologically aware, and more aggressive. Medicine was among the most advertised commodities, partly because it was universally relevant and partly because it invited repeat purchasing. Advertisements did not merely list symptoms and cures. They told stories. They offered identities. They appealed to anxieties the Victorian public already carried: fear of consumption, fear of weakness, fear of mental strain, fear of social embarrassment, fear of female disorder, fear of children falling ill. They framed ordinary discomfort as treatable disease and framed the product as modern salvation. A significant portion of this advertising used a particular Victorian rhetorical style: scientific reassurance without scientific disclosure. Labels and advertisements leaned on language of purity, tested, approved, restorative, recommended by medical men, without always providing evidence a modern regulator would accept. Customers were invited to trust through tone, not transparency. The chemist's shop helped legitimize this tone. When a product appeared on a chemist's shelf, it gained status. It felt less like a traveling quack's bottle and more like a respectable article of health. Branded medicines and professional unease. Professional pharmacy was consolidating in the 1880s. Chemists and druggists were increasingly expected to distinguish themselves from unqualified vendors. This professional identity sometimes sat uneasily beside the booming trade in branded preparations that required little professional judgment to sell. Some chemists embraced proprietary medicines as profitable stock. Others treated them with caution. Some believed that if a customer would purchase a branded bottle regardless, it was better that the purchase occur in a chemist shop where some guidance might be offered. Others resented the way branding undermined professional authority, turning the chemist into a retailer rather than a practitioner. But even chemists who disliked patent medicines often stocked them. Market demand is persuasive. A customer enters asking for a named product, not for a consultation. The chemist who refuses may lose the customer entirely, to another shop, another vendor, another street. In competitive environments, ethical discomfort often yields to commercial survival. This dynamic is important because it reveals a structural truth: professionalization did not automatically reduce pharmaceutical risk. In some cases, it increased the reach of risky products by integrating them into respectable spaces. Potency in the home. Victorian medicine relied heavily on substances that modern audiences associate with high risk. The point is not to sensationalize but to recognize the therapeutic reality of the time. Pain relief options were limited, sedation was valued, and many conditions were treated symptomatically rather than curatively. Household medicine cabinets often contained preparations intended to calm, to reduce pain, to induce sleep, or to steady the nerves. These preparations were not inherently criminal. They were part of ordinary life. But they could create patterns of dependence, overuse, and accidental harm, especially when taken repeatedly or combined with alcohol. The Victorian era did not possess modern addiction frameworks. There was awareness that certain substances could be habit-forming, and there were moral narratives about vice and weakness. But systematic public health understanding of dependence and withdrawal was still developing. Many people used strong sedatives under the impression they were simply managing symptoms. Some did so for years. This matters because it shapes the moral texture of the chemist's shop. The shop was not only a supplier of acute remedies. It was also a supplier of long-term coping. And long-term coping can be indistinguishable from slow harm until it becomes visible as crisis. Women as consumers, women as targets. The Victorian medicine market treated women as a particularly valuable customer base, and not by accident. Women were expected to manage households, care for children, care for ill relatives, and endure their own bodily discomfort with composure. At the same time, women's bodies were heavily moralist. Menstruation was treated as private. Fertility was treated as duty. Female pain was often dismissed or reframed as emotional weakness. Against this backdrop, products marketed toward women carried coded language: female weakness, irregularities, restoration, nervous exhaustion, debility. The rhetoric promised discreet control over bodily unpredictability. It promised normality. It promised a return to order. These products sat at a dangerous intersection: the demand for privacy, the desire for control, and the social penalties for open discussion of sexual or reproductive health. A woman could seek a remedy without naming what she sought. A chemist could sell a product without asking questions he would rather not ask. The transaction remained respectable, even when its purpose existed in euphemism. This coded market would become part of the broader story of regulation because it highlighted how law and morality shaped what could be bought openly and what moved under the cover of language. Scientific branding and the theatre of legitimacy. One of the Victorian era's most effective marketing strategies was scientific theatre, the appearance of modern knowledge without the obligation of modern evidence. Branding borrowed the language of laboratories. It used Latinese terms and claims of purity. It invoked medical endorsement, sometimes through vague reference rather than named authority. The bottle itself acted as a prop: embossed glass, neat labels, precise instructions of timing and routine. The customer was invited to feel they were participating in modernity, not folk remedy. This theatre mattered because it changed how people understood illness. It made ordinary discomfort feel like a treatable condition requiring a product. It encouraged the belief that health could be purchased in a consistent, repeatable way, like soap or tea. The chemist's shop participated in this theatre simply by displaying these products. Even when a chemist offered caution, the presence of the product on the shelf suggested legitimacy. Accidents, misuse, and the thin line to crime. Not every harm arising from Victorian medicine was intentional. The same marketplace that enabled deliberate poisoning also produced accidental overdoses, mistaken administration, and dangerous combinations. A household might store several bottles, some with similar appearance. A servant might administer the wrong one. A person might take more than intended in desperation. A child might access something left within reach. These risks were not unique to the 19th century, but the combination of potent substances and weaker safety norms increased their likelihood. Labeling improved over time, but domestic practice lagged behind. People became accustomed to living with danger quietly. This has two consequences for a historian. First, it complicates moral certainty. When a death occurred and poison was present, it was not automatically proof of murder. It was proof of exposure, which could occur through multiple pathways. Second, it explains why poison regulation focused so heavily on traceability. If accidents were common and murders possible, the state needed tools to distinguish them. The Poison Book created a purchasing trail. It did not resolve domestic confusion. This is one reason Victorian poison trials are so narratively powerful. They sit at the intersection of accident and intent. They force society to ask whether a tragedy was misadventure or betrayal. In households where medicines were ordinary, the boundary was not always clear. Chemists, newspapers, and public fear. Newspapers did more than advertise medicines. They also reported poison cases. This created a feedback loop. A public reading about poison grew anxious about what existed in ordinary homes. That anxiety increased interest in regulation. Regulation increased the moral weight of poison sales. The moral weight increased the drama of poison trials. The drama sold newspapers, and newspapers carried medicine advertisements on adjacent pages. In this way, Victorian media culture both fed and profited from the same pharmaceutical world. The public consumed stories of poison while purchasing remedies marketed in the same print space. The chemist's shop stood inside that loop. It provided the goods. It also became a setting in public imagination, the place where danger could be purchased. The problem of naming. Victorian medical advertising created not only products but categories. It taught customers how to describe their suffering. It offered names that made discomfort feel legitimate and treatable. Nervous exhaustion and debility became recognizable labels. Female weakness became a category that could contain almost anything a woman might be reluctant to articulate openly. Naming is powerful. It can relieve shame by giving a condition an accepted label. It can also expand markets by turning normal variation into purchasable disorder. For chemists, this meant customers arrived with pre-formed narratives: I have this problem, and I need that bottle. The chemist could confirm, redirect, or comply. In many cases, compliance was the simplest path. This shift reduced the chemist's role as counselor and increased the chemist's role as supplier. It also increased the likelihood that people would use strong substances without understanding their risks. Regulation begins to catch up. By the 1880s, lawmakers and professional bodies were increasingly aware that the market could not be trusted to self-regulate. Poison laws and pharmacy acts were part of this awareness. But branded medicines occupied a complex regulatory space. Many did not fit neatly into poison categories. Many contained substances of concern in forms that were difficult to classify. Many were sold through ordinary commerce rather than through restricted registers. The regulatory state was growing, but its categories were still developing. It could identify certain clear poisons and demand signatures. It struggled to govern the wider market of bottled promises that blurred medicine with consumer goods. This tension, between controlled poisons and uncontrolled proprietary tonics, shaped public health and shaped crime. It allowed potent substances to circulate under respectable branding. It also allowed domestic medicine cabinets to become chemically crowded environments where accidental harm and deliberate harm could appear similar from the outside. What this means for the Victorian chemist. The chemist's shop in 1880 was therefore not merely a place where trained hands helped the sick. It was also a place where commerce distributed potency at scale. It was a place where advertising's confidence could outrun medical caution. It was a place where coded language allowed intimate transactions to occur without explicit naming. It was a place where the public's desire for relief met the state's growing desire for control. And it was a place where the modern world began to recognize an uncomfortable truth: access to chemical relief would always carry risk, and risk could not be eliminated through morality or packaging alone. Chapter 4. Quieting the house, sedation, sleep, and the Victorian appetite for relief. The Victorian world ran on fatigue. Industrial schedules pulled people out of bed before daylight. Urban life compressed families into narrow rooms with thin walls and shared air. Noise traveled easily. Illness traveled easily. Childbirth remained dangerous. Infection remained common. Work injuries were frequent. Hunger and damp worsened everything. Even for households with comfort, the 19th century carried a steady undertone of strain, the strain of duty, appearance, grief, and the unspoken expectation that discomfort should be borne without spectacle. Against that strain, sleep became more than a bodily need. It became a form of repair, and in many households, a form of survival. The Victorian chemist was one of the most accessible suppliers of that survival. This chapter does not catalogue substances or describe mechanisms. It focuses instead on the social fact that a great deal of Victorian suffering was managed through sedation, through products that promised to settle nerves, still pain, slow thought, and deliver rest. These products were sought for reasons that were often ordinary: sleeplessness, grief, chronic illness, anxiety, childbirth recovery, the care of the elderly, the exhaustion of labor, and the pressure of maintaining respectability when the body refused to cooperate. Sedation, in other words, was not merely medical. It was cultural. Sleep as a moral and practical problem. Victorian culture treated self-control as virtue. Composure was praised. Excess emotion was suspect. The ideal household was orderly, the ideal person was steady. Sleeplessness threatened that ideal. It made people irritable, unfocused, emotionally exposed. It created errors at work. It weakened caregiving. It made private distress visible. For many people, admitting they could not sleep was admitting they could not manage themselves. The chemist offered a way to address the problem without confession. A person could enter the shop, request something to settle the nerves, and leave with a bottle. The transaction could be framed as practical rather than psychological. The language of nerves was particularly useful because it allowed distress to be described as a bodily condition. It softened shame. It also created a market. The Victorian chemist became a crucial intermediary in that market. Customers did not always want a physician's scrutiny. They wanted quiet. They wanted rest. They wanted something that worked. The household as a site of sedation. Many Victorian sedatives were used not in hospitals but in homes. This is significant because homes are not controlled environments. They are shaped by routine, habit, and uneven knowledge. A bottle in a cupboard becomes part of domestic life. It is seen by children. It is handled by servants. It is administered by family members who are not trained clinicians. This is why Victorian drug history is inseparable from domestic history. Sedation is not simply a pharmacological story. It is a story about who managed illness in the home, who held authority over remedies, and how privacy functioned as both protection and risk. The person who controlled the medicine cupboard controlled the household's relationship with chemical relief. Often this was the mother or wife. Sometimes it was a servant under instruction. In wealthier households, it might be a nurse or caretaker. In poorer households, it might be whoever had the strongest will and the clearest memory of what had worked before. This domestic structure matters because it shaped access. It also shaped suspicion. In poison cases, investigators looked not only at what was present, but at who administered it. The overlap between caregiving and potential harm was built into the domestic nature of medicine. Pain relief and the Victorian bargain. Victorian medicine could not cure many conditions. What it could often do was relieve symptoms. Pain relief, therefore, became central. It was both compassionate and commercially valuable. Products that could dull pain or induce sleep offered immediate benefits, and immediate benefits generated repeat purchasing. This created what can be called the Victorian bargain. Society tolerated significant chemical risk because the alternative was prolonged suffering with limited relief. When a remedy worked, it was valued even if its harms were poorly understood or quietly rationalized. This bargain was not always explicit. It existed as pattern. A person in pain takes something that helps. A person in sleeplessness takes something that helps. Over time, reliance grows. The household accepts it as normal. The chemist continues to supply it. The community might privately recognize that some people lean on certain bottles, but it does not intervene until something dramatic occurs. This pattern is not unique to the 19th century. The Victorian difference is that it unfolded in a world where regulation and addiction science were still developing, and where moral judgment often filled the space modern public health would occupy. Nerves, respectability, and chemical coping. The Victorian label of nerves is often dismissed as vague. In reality, it functioned as a social technology. It allowed people, especially middle-class people, to describe distress in a form that was culturally acceptable. It allowed emotional difficulty to be discussed without naming it as such. It also allowed solutions to be framed as medical rather than moral failure. Chemists stocked products explicitly marketed toward nerves. These products promised calm, steadiness, and sleep. They often became particularly attractive to those under sustained pressure: clerks, teachers, governesses, mothers, caregivers, and people living with chronic illness. In a society that demanded composure, chemical calm could be treated as maintenance. The risk was that maintenance could turn into dependence, and dependence could be concealed behind respectability. A person could keep functioning while quietly increasing their reliance. A household could accept that someone needs something without confronting what that reliance meant. The chemist's shop, again, was where this private coping became accessible. The difference between habit and crime. Victorian society did recognize that certain products could become habitual, but it often framed habit in moral terms: weakness, indulgence, lack of will. This framing was not only harsh, it was strategically unhelpful. When a condition is moralist, people hide it. When people hide it, it becomes harder to monitor or treat. This moralization matters because it created a blind spot in Victorian life. Chemical coping could exist within respectable households without being openly named. When harm occurred, observers might interpret it as sudden tragedy rather than as the culmination of long patterns. In poison investigations, this blind spot could also confuse interpretation. If a household contained multiple potent remedies and a person died with a chemical in their system, the line between accident, misuse, and deliberate harm could become difficult to draw. The Victorian chemist did not solve this problem. The chemist existed within it. He supplied the bottles, perhaps with warnings, perhaps without, and relied on the customer to manage the boundary between relief and harm. Caring for the sick, authority and vulnerability. Chronic illness produces dependence. A sick person relies on others. Those others make decisions: what to administer, when to call a doctor, when to let the person rest, when to push them to eat, when to quiet them. In Victorian households, caregiving often fell to women and servants. This arrangement carried an uncomfortable implication: the same people who provided relief also held the means to harm if they wished. The vast majority did not wish it. But the structure existed, and Victorian investigators were keenly aware of it. This is why suspicious deaths in the 19th century frequently turned into examinations of household intimacy. Who mixed the draught? Who brought the glass? Who was alone with the patient? Who controlled the cupboard? Who was trusted? The chemist's shop played a role by creating the household supply. It could not supervise what happened once the bottle crossed the threshold of the front door. The comfort of the bottle. There is another element that should not be ignored: the emotional comfort a bottle provided. In a period with limited therapeutic certainty, a remedy offered a sense of control. It suggested that suffering was manageable. It created routine: a dose before bed, a tonic in the morning, a draught when nerves rose. Routine itself can be calming. It gives shape to distress. This is partly why reliance can develop even when harm is possible. People are not always chasing pleasure. Often they are chasing predictability. They are trying to stabilize their days. The Victorian chemist, by offering bottles that promised steadiness, became a supplier not only of chemicals but of routines that made life feel manageable. The harm was that routines can deepen without being questioned. The line shifts slowly. A person may not realize they have crossed it until they attempt to stop. Visibility and the question of signs. Modern readers often ask, why didn't people notice dependence? The answer is that Victorian life was structured to avoid naming it. Many forms of reliance could be hidden behind normal behavior. People drank tea, tonics, cordials, and medicinal mixtures. A person could appear composed while regularly using sedatives. Household staff might notice patterns but remain silent. Family might suspect but prefer not to name the problem because naming it threatened reputation. The Victorian chemist might also notice repeat purchases. But noticing is not the same as intervening. The chemist's role was commercial and professional, yet the boundaries of professional duty were still forming. A chemist could refuse a sale, but refusal could lead the customer elsewhere. In competitive markets, a refusal might harm business. A chemist might offer a milder alternative, but customers often returned for what they believed worked. This is another limit of early regulation. Poison registers targeted certain substances. They did not address the broader culture of chemical coping. The state could require signatures for specific poisons. It could not easily regulate the quiet appetite for sedation that moved through respectable homes. The public fear of the quiet death. Sedation culture helped produce one of the era's most persistent anxieties, the fear of quiet death. Victorian people understood that some substances could kill without obvious violence. This frightened them not only because death was frightening, but because it challenged the moral idea that crime should be visible. If a person could be killed through a drink or a draught, then the home, supposedly the site of safety, could become the site of hidden danger. This fear fueled public fascination with poisoning trials. It also fueled regulation. It created pressure to make chemical access traceable. The poison book was one response. Professional licensing was another. Public debates about quack medicines were another. And yet, even with these measures, quiet deaths continued to produce uncertainty. They often lacked witnesses. They often occurred in households already structured around medical care. They often involved substances that could plausibly be present for legitimate reasons. The Victorian chemist, by supplying sedatives and pain relief, sat at the center of this cultural contradiction. Society wanted relief, but it feared what relief could enable. The boundary tightens. Over time, 19th century Britain moved towards stronger regulatory systems. Poison schedules became clearer. Professional pharmacy strengthened. Public health administration expanded. The chemist's role increasingly became defined not simply by what could be sold, but by how and to whom. But the 1880s remained a period of uneven boundaries. The chemist still operated in a world where trust was central, and where many purchases were governed by social judgment rather than strict verification. A person's class, speech, and appearance could still shape access. A repeat customer could become familiar. Familiarity could replace caution. Caution, in turn, could be perceived as insult. In the Victorian chemist's world, danger was not always rare. It was often quiet, ordinary, and stored in a bottle in a cupboard, waiting for the moment when routine would be interrupted by tragedy. Chapter 5, marked as poison, schedules, labels, and the architecture of control. By the 1880s, Britain was no longer trying to pretend that potent chemicals could be treated as ordinary goods. It was trying, instead, to sort them. The sorting did not eliminate danger. It reorganized it into categories that could be managed, recorded, and argued over. The Victorian regulatory approach to poisons was incremental rather than absolute. It did not ban the sale of dangerous substances outright. It sought to shape how they were sold, who could sell them, and what trace could be left behind. This architecture of control, registers, schedules, labeling requirements, and professional standards created a new kind of chemical culture, one in which danger was meant to be visible at the point of purchase and traceable after harm occurred. The logic of the schedule. A schedule is a promise of order. In regulatory terms, a schedule is a list, substances categorized as dangerous and therefore subject to controls. In cultural terms, a schedule is reassurance. It tells the public that the most obvious risks are named and managed. It tells the chemist what must be treated differently. It tells the court later whether a substance should have been hard to obtain. The Victorian move toward scheduled poisons drew a line between the ordinary remedies of commerce and the substances recognized as capable of obvious harm. But the line was never perfectly clean. Many substances could injure or kill depending on circumstance. Some medicines were potent. Some poisons were used for routine household purposes. The schedule therefore served a pragmatic purpose. It prioritized certain substances for stricter control, not because they were the only dangers, but because they were the dangers most likely to be misused or most publicly feared. The arsenic problem and the birth of recorded sales. Arsenic became one of the key pressures behind poison regulation because it sat in that uncomfortable category of being both useful and notorious. It was used in household and industrial contexts, and it also appeared repeatedly in public anxieties about poisoning. When something becomes culturally associated with murder, fairly or unfairly, law tends to follow the fear. The response was not simply moral condemnation. It was paperwork. Requiring recorded sales and signatures created a sense of accountability. It turned a purchase into a document. It made the transaction harder to deny. It also offered investigators a starting point in suspicious deaths. Yet arsenic regulation also highlighted an early Victorian truth. Controlling a substance is not only a legal question. It is a practical question. The law could demand a signature, but it could not always prevent a proxy purchase, a casual transaction, or a record entered with minimal scrutiny. Regulation created friction. It did not create certainty. The Pharmacy Act and the rise of the authorized seller. By the late 19th century, professional pharmacy was becoming more formally defined. The state's interest was not merely in the substance itself, but in who was allowed to supply it. A key part of Victorian poison control was therefore the restriction of certain sales to qualified or authorized sellers. This professional framework attempted to improve two things at once. Competence, ensuring that sellers understood what they were handling. Accountability, ensuring that sellers could be identified, regulated, and disciplined. In principle, a controlled poison sale required a seller who was not merely a merchant but a person tied to professional standards. This helped build public trust while also giving the state leverage over the trade. In practice, the boundary between qualified pharmacy and older forms of drug selling could still be messy, especially in areas where enforcement was weak or where traditions of local commerce persisted. But the direction of travel was clear. Poisons were no longer merely goods, they were regulated goods supplied under a professional banner. Labels as warnings, labels as evidence. Victorian regulation did not rely only on restricting who could sell. It also relied on making danger visually obvious through labeling. Labeling served several purposes. It warned customers and households that the contents were not ordinary. It reduced the risk of accidental misuse through confusion. It placed responsibility on sellers to mark dangerous substances correctly. It provided investigators and courts with a visible sign of whether procedures were followed. A properly labeled poison bottle was not only a safety device, it was a legal artifact. If a poison was supplied without the expected warnings, that failure could become significant after an accident or suspicious death. Conversely, correct labeling could help a chemist defend their conduct. The substance was marked as dangerous, and the customer accepted it knowingly. This is the subtle shift Victorian regulation introduced. Poison control became a matter of behaviour, selling, recording, labeling, rather than a matter of moral presumption. Visual signals, bottles, colour, and the habit of caution. Victorian chemists often relied on visual differentiation to reinforce warning, particularly because domestic life was crowded with bottles. The danger in a home was not only the presence of a poison but the possibility of confusion, a servant taking the wrong bottle in a hurry, a tired caregiver reaching into a cupboard by habit, a child exploring. Visual signals helped create habits. Certain bottles were deliberately distinctive. Labels were meant to be clear and emphatic. Storage practices were often urged toward separation of dangerous goods from ordinary remedies. Even without universal standardization, the cultural intent is visible, to make poison harder to mistake. Victorian safety here was not modern childproofing, it was a set of cues designed for an adult household operating through routine. And routine is what safety depends on. The language of poison. Victorian labels did more than convey information. They conveyed social meaning. The word poison carried moral weight. It suggested danger, crime, and taboo. To mark a bottle as poison was to admit that it belonged to a category of substances society feared. This mattered because it created psychological barriers to casual use. A person might take a tonic repeatedly without anxiety. A person might hesitate before using something marked poison. Hesitation was part of the point. Regulators and professional bodies understood that the label worked not only by communicating risk, but by shaping behavior. It introduced a moment of awareness. It forced the household to treat the substance differently. At the same time, the moral weight of the word could create concealment. People might avoid admitting they kept certain substances at home. They might use euphemism. They might prefer products marketed as medicines even when those products were also potent. Regulation and morality, once again, interacted in complicated ways. The poison book meets the poison bottle. Schedules, registers, and labels formed a linked system. A controlled poison was meant to be sold by an authorized seller, recorded in a register, labeled in a way that signaled danger. This system did not prevent all misuse, but it created a framework in which responsibility could be assigned after the fact. If harm occurred, investigators could ask, was the substance on a controlled list? Was it supplied by a qualified chemist? Was it recorded properly? Was it labeled properly? Who purchased it, and what reason was given? The Victorian approach to poison was therefore bureaucratic in the best sense. It created a chain of accountability. In an era where domestic privacy was strong and direct surveillance limited, paperwork was one of the only tools available. The gaps, what the system could not see. Even a well-designed system cannot see inside the home. Once a poison entered a household, it moved through private space. It might be stored securely or carelessly. It might be transferred to another container. It might be accessed by someone other than the purchaser. It might remain unused for years. It might be used for its intended purpose. It might be repurposed. The poison book records a transaction. It does not record the life of the bottle afterward. This gap is critical to the history of Victorian crime. Many famous cases did not hinge on whether a substance could be obtained. They hinged on whether it could be administered secretly, in a domestic environment where care and harm could appear similar from the outside. Regulation could make purchase traceable. It could not make intention visible. Courts, experts, and the authority of lists. In poison trials, schedules and labeling rules often became part of the argument about plausibility. A substance on a controlled list could be framed as an obvious poison, even if it had legitimate uses. The existence of a register entry could be treated as suspicious or ordinary depending on the narrative. The presence of a labeled poison bottle in a household could be framed as reckless, routine, or sinister. What mattered was how the court understood everyday chemical life. Victorian juries were not ignorant. Many had some familiarity with household substances and the dangers of industrial cities. But they were still influenced by cultural narratives. Some substances carried stronger associations with murder. Some carried stronger associations with medicine. Expert witnesses could deepen these associations by describing risk and mechanism in ways that were persuasive to lay listeners. The schedule, therefore, did not simply control commerce. It shaped the cultural imagination of what was poison and what was medicine. It taught society which substances to fear. Control as reputation management. There is another function of poison regulation that is easy to miss. It protected the trade. Professional chemists wanted to distinguish themselves from the image of careless sellers. They wanted to appear safe, modern, and responsible. Poison registers and labeling standards supported this identity. They helped chemists present themselves as professionals who operated within a system. In this way, regulation served not only public safety but professional legitimacy. The chemist's shop could be trusted because it was governed by rules. The shopkeeper could be trusted because they were not merely a merchant, they were a regulated participant in a public safety framework. This mattered enormously in a society increasingly obsessed with respectability. A chemist's reputation was part of the business. A scandal, selling poison improperly, supplying something that led to a death, could be financially devastating. The poison book and the poison label were therefore also instruments of self-protection. A Victorian lesson: visible danger does not end hidden harm. The Victorian poison system was built on visible markers: lists, books, labels, signatures, authorized sellers. It made danger more legible. It encouraged caution. It created evidence trails. It helped reduce some forms of accidental harm. But it did not remove the central problem. Danger could still move quietly through domestic life, especially when potent substances were used for legitimate reasons. This is why poison cases remained so compelling. They exposed the limits of order. They showed that a bottle can be properly labeled and still be misused. They showed that a purchase can be properly recorded and still be diverted. They showed that a home can be respectable and still be the setting for harm. Chapter 6: Useful and Deadly: Household Chemicals, Pest Control, and the Ordinary Presence of Poison. Poison did not always enter a Victorian home as an instrument of harm. Often it entered as housekeeping. In the 1880s, domestic life required constant management of pests, damp, contamination, and decay. Urban housing made rats and insects difficult to avoid. Food storage was imperfect. Waste removal, even where improved, could not eliminate filth from crowded streets. In many homes, especially in lower-income districts, the boundary between household and environment was porous. Animals, insects, and mold pressed in. Disease followed. This reality produced a practical demand: substances that could kill what threatened the household. The chemist's shop supplied that demand. It sold not only medicines but chemicals used for maintenance and control. These goods were understood as necessities. They were purchased for reasons that were not private or shameful, but ordinary and defensible. A family might buy a poison not to harm a person but to protect food stores, prevent infestation, or keep a home habitable. This fact matters because it complicates the simplest narrative poison cases in Vite. When investigators later found dangerous substances in a home, the presence alone was not always incriminating. In many settings, the question was not why was poison here, but what was it used for, and who controlled it. The Victorian home as an unsafe environment. Victorian public health reforms improved sanitation in many places, but progress was uneven and often delayed. Even in improved districts, the household itself remained vulnerable. Houses used coal fires and gas lighting. Food could spoil quickly. Water could be contaminated. Damp encouraged mold. Insects and rodents moved through walls and floors. For many people, pest control was not a luxury. It was essential. A household that did not manage pests risked illness and loss. Rats destroyed stored food and spread contamination. Insects caused distress and sometimes infection. Families sought practical solutions, and those solutions often involved substances that were lethal to small animals and potentially lethal to humans. The Victorian chemist's role, therefore, extended beyond health into environmental management. The chemist became part of a broader ecosystem of survival in urban life. Buying poison for legitimate purposes. The purchase of poisons for pest control created a particular kind of regulatory challenge. If a substance has a legitimate, frequent domestic use, then restricting it too tightly creates public resistance and practical hardship. If a substance is easily available, it creates opportunities for misuse. Victorian regulation attempted to navigate this trade-off. Some purchases were recorded. Some required signatures. Some substances were treated as obvious poisons and controlled accordingly. But everyday demand meant that poisons could not simply be removed from commerce without significant disruption. This is why poison regulation often focused on traceability rather than prohibition. It sought to ensure that purchases could be linked to individuals, not to eliminate purchase entirely. And even traceability had limits. A rat poison might be purchased by a household member, stored in a cupboard, and accessed by anyone in the house. A poison register can record the purchaser, but it cannot record the internal household chain of access. The moral comfort of household use. A poison used for pests carried moral cover. A household that kept such substances could feel justified. The poison was necessary. It belonged to the category of useful danger, like knives or fire. This justification could reduce caution. If something is treated as normal, it is handled with routine rather than fear. Routine can become carelessness. The moral cover also had another effect. It allowed dangerous substances to exist in respectable spaces without raising suspicion. A middle-class household could keep poisons for pests and maintenance, while maintaining social respectability. The bottle could be stored near ordinary household goods. This is one reason accidental poisonings occurred. Children explored. Servants made mistakes. Adults, fatigued or distracted, reached for the wrong bottle. The domestic presence of poison created the conditions for both misadventure and misuse. Storage and the problem of the cupboard. Many Victorian safety practices relied on adult vigilance rather than mechanical safeguards. Modern households often use child-resistant packaging, locked cabinets, and clear standardized warnings. Victorian households relied more on common sense, labels, and routine. This worked until it did not. The cupboard became a key site of danger. A household might store medicines and household chemicals in the same place. Bottles might look similar. Labels might fade. Substances might be transferred to different containers. A poison bottle might be reused if glass was scarce or if thrift was valued. The risks were amplified by domestic labor patterns. Servants were often responsible for cleaning, cooking, and maintenance. They might handle chemicals frequently. They might not have full knowledge of what each bottle contained, especially in a household where the mistress controlled the medicine cupboard and the servants controlled other cupboards. The Victorian home, in other words, distributed chemical responsibility across multiple people. That distribution created vulnerability. It also created investigative complexity when harm occurred. Class and chemical exposure. Poison risk was not evenly distributed. Poorer households were more likely to live in conditions where pest control was urgent. They were more likely to store substances in cramped spaces. They were more likely to lack secure storage. They were more likely to rely on informal knowledge rather than professional advice. Middle-class households had more space and sometimes more capacity for secure storage, but they also had greater access to a wider range of substances. They might keep multiple medicines, cleaning chemicals, and pest poisons. They might employ servants, increasing the number of hands that could access and administer substances. Both environments had risk. The nature of the risk differed. In true crime narratives, poison is often framed as a weapon of domestic middle-class secrecy. The reality is that the ordinary presence of dangerous substances cut across class. What differed was the way harm was interpreted. Middle-class poison cases were more likely to attract scandal and intense media attention. Working-class poison cases were more likely to be framed as vice, neglect, or ordinary tragedy. The chemist's shop served both. Accident as a persistent possibility. Victorian poison control cannot be understood without acknowledging the frequency of accidents. Accidental poisoning, especially among children, was a known problem. The very fact that regulation emphasized labeling and controlled sales suggests awareness of domestic confusion and risk. Accident complicates crime. When a suspicious death occurred and poison was present, investigators could not always assume murder. They had to consider mistake, misuse, and self-administration. The presence of poison in a household, particularly a household that used chemicals for pest control, was not itself proof of intent. This is one reason poison trials were so contested. The prosecution might interpret poison presence as sinister. The defense might interpret it as ordinary household risk. Jurors had to decide whether the evidence supported intentional administration or whether the home's chemical environment provided alternative explanations. The Victorian chemist, by supplying both medicines and household chemicals, occupied a central position in this ambiguity. When domestic chemicals become weapons, the same qualities that make a substance useful for pests make it dangerous for people. A poison used for rats may be lethal to humans if misused. Its domestic presence means it is accessible. Its accessibility means it can be repurposed without the need for exotic procurement. This is why many poison cases did not involve rare compounds. They involved common household substances applied to human bodies. In this sense, Victorian domestic life created a structural vulnerability. Households kept lethal agents because they needed them for non-human threats. Those agents could be used against humans when intent turned. The chemist's shop, again, did not create human malice. It created access. It placed chemical power into domestic space, detection, and the limits of evidence. Victorian toxicology advanced significantly in the 19th century, but it was not modern forensic science. Some substances were easier to detect than others. Some left clearer traces. Some were volatile or difficult to identify depending on the condition of samples and the timing of examination. This meant that many domestic chemical deaths could remain ambiguous. A poison might be suspected but not proven. An illness might mimic poisoning symptoms. Medical testimony could vary. Expert disagreements were common. Even when poison was proven, administration could remain unclear. Was the substance accidentally consumed? Was it self-administered? Was it administered by another? These questions were difficult to answer without witnesses, and domestic life often produced few reliable witnesses because so much occurred in private. This is one reason poison regulation emphasized purchase records. If the body could not always tell the full story, the marketplace might at least provide context. The chemist's shop and the domestic cycle of risk. Household poison purchases reveal a cycle. A household experiences pest threat or maintenance need. A household buys a chemical product. The product enters domestic space and becomes part of routine. Over time, routine reduces caution. Accident or misuse becomes possible. When harm occurs, investigators reconstruct the cycle through registers, witnesses, and household testimony. The chemist's shop sits at the beginning of that cycle, and sometimes returns at the end when inquiries begin. Chemists may be asked what was sold. Registers may be consulted. The shop becomes both supplier and evidence point. The cycle highlights why Victorian regulation was always limited. It addressed the point of sale, but most risk occurred after sale, inside the home. Respectability and the plausible use defense. Victorian poison cases often hinged on plausible uses. If a household could explain a poison as being for rats, the explanation could introduce doubt. Investigators had to decide whether the explanation was genuine or convenient. Courts had to decide whether the explanation was credible. This produced a familiar pattern. The prosecution emphasized that poison was present and that someone had access. The defense emphasized that poison had legitimate household use and that presence alone proved nothing. Jurors were then asked to move beyond the presence of poison and consider evidence of administration and intent. This pattern is one reason poison cases so often ended in uncertainty. Domestic chemical environments produced many plausible narratives, and unless the prosecution could prove administration clearly, doubt remained. The threshold of suspicion. To understand Victorian poison regulation and crime, it is necessary to understand the threshold of suspicion. A bottle in a cupboard is not suspicious until it is reinterpreted through tragedy. After a death, the household re-enters history in a different light. Routine objects become possible weapons. Routine caregiving becomes possible control. Routine purchases become possible planning. This retrospective transformation is why poison cases are so psychologically powerful. They turn the ordinary into the sinister. But the historian must resist the temptation to let that retrospective fear rewrite the past. The Victorian household kept poisons for ordinary reasons. Many did so without harm. Some did so with accidents. A few did so with intention. Regulation attempted to address all these possibilities through one set of tools: schedules, registers, and warnings. Those tools were necessary. They were also insufficient. Toward the most sensitive boundary, household chemicals expose one kind of vulnerability, the vulnerability created by practical necessity. In the Victorian era, some products related to fertility and sexual health were sold under euphemism, moral pressure, and legal risk. Chemists operated within that environment, balancing demand, discretion, and regulation. These transactions did not always appear in registers in the same way poison sales did, yet they were part of the same story: access, control, and the way society attempted to manage private bodily life through public moral frameworks. The chemist's counter was not only where pests were controlled. It was also where women quietly sought control over their own bodies, often in language designed to protect both buyer and seller. Chapter 7, Under the Counter, Female Regulators, Respectability, and the Commerce of Silence. In the Victorian chemist's shop, not every transaction could be named. Some requests arrived wrapped in euphemism. Some were made with lowered voices. Some were communicated through phrases that allowed both customer and chemist to preserve a shared fiction, that nothing improper had been asked for, nothing improper had been supplied. This was not merely prudishness. It was structure. By the 1880s, fertility, sex, and reproduction sat inside overlapping regimes of law, morality, and reputation. A woman's body was expected to serve social order, marriage, legitimacy, inheritance, duty, while remaining publicly unmentionable. The result was a marketplace shaped as much by silence as by demand. The chemist's counter became one of the places where that silence could be negotiated into a purchasable object. The products involved were not always rare. What made them distinctive was the manner of their trade, the coded language, the discretion, the boundary testing that could occur without anyone admitting it had occurred at all. The social economy of euphemism. Victorian commercial language was capable of extraordinary vagueness, and nowhere was this vagueness more purposeful than in matters of female health. Customers rarely asked for contraception or pregnancy termination in explicit terms. Instead, they spoke of irregularities, obstructions, monthly difficulties, female weakness, restoration, bringing on the period, a tonic for the system. These phrases were not meaningless. They were a common code. They allowed a woman to ask for bodily control while remaining within the outward vocabulary of respectable health. The chemist also benefited from this code. It allowed supply without open confession. It reduced risk of scandal. It provided plausible deniability if questioned. It enabled commerce to proceed inside a moral environment that insisted such commerce should not exist. This is one of the Victorian era's recurring patterns. Demand does not vanish when language is forbidden. Demand migrates into euphemism. Why the chemist, not the doctor? The chemist's shop offered three advantages in intimate transactions: access, discretion, and speed. A doctor's consultation required appointment and exposure. It created the possibility of questions, judgment, and record. It might require a husband's knowledge. It might involve intrusive examinations. It could also produce moral policing disguised as medical advice. Victorian medicine was not a neutral institution. It was shaped by the era's gender assumptions. The chemist, by contrast, could be approached as part of daily life. A woman could enter a shop under the cover of ordinary errands. She could purchase something quickly. She could leave without a paper trail beyond a receipt, if one existed at all. Even when products were sold openly as female remedies, their purchase did not necessarily imply scandal. It could be framed as general health. This distinction is part of why the chemist's shop was so central to reproductive history. The chemist existed at the boundary where private need met public commerce, without the formal gatekeeping of the medical profession. Respectability and the privilege of discretion. Not every woman could access discretion equally. Victorian society read class through clothing, speech, posture, and companions. A well-dressed woman might be treated with deference even if her request was ambiguous. A working-class woman might be treated with suspicion or moral hostility. In some shops, class shaped what could be purchased, how much explanation was demanded, and whether the seller felt safe to comply. The presence of a servant could change the tone of a transaction. So could the apparent respectability of a wedding ring. So could the chemist's familiarity with the customer or their family. Introductions mattered. Reputation mattered. This is an uncomfortable truth of Victorian commerce. Morality was often enforced most harshly against those with the least social protection, while those with respectability could pass through the same marketplace with fewer questions. Discretion, in this sense, was not simply a service. It was a privilege. The product category problem. A chemist's shelves could contain female remedies that sat uneasily between categories. Some were marketed as general tonics for women's health. Some were framed as treatments for anemia, fatigue, or weakness, conditions that could genuinely afflict women under the strain of repeated pregnancy, poor nutrition, and chronic illness. Others were marketed with language that strongly implied they could regulate menstruation. The difficulty for regulation was that category boundaries were not stable. A product could be sold as health support while being sought for reproductive control. A purchase could be medically plausible while also carrying a private intention. This ambiguity mattered because it made regulation complicated. Poison schedules dealt with clearly identified substances. Female remedies often moved under brand language and euphemism. Some were sold as proprietary preparations with undisclosed ingredients. The chemist could plausibly claim that they had sold a tonic, not a tool of reproductive management. For the historian, this creates a problem. The marketplace leaves fewer clean records. For the Victorian woman, this ambiguity created access. The legal shadow. The Victorian marketplace for reproductive control existed in the shadow of law. The law did not need to be enforced perfectly to shape behaviour. It only needed to exist as risk. Even the possibility of prosecution could push commerce into coded language. Even inconsistent enforcement could encourage discretion. Even moral policing could be framed as legal caution. This legal shadow produced a distinctive Victorian behaviour, transactions conducted with simultaneous urgency and denial. People acted, but they refused to name what they were doing. Sellers supplied, but they refused to acknowledge the purpose. The system functioned through mutual silence. In such an environment, the chemist's shop became a point of controlled permeability. It was not an open marketplace in the modern sense, but it was a space where the forbidden could be obtained under the cover of the ordinary. Contraception as prevention, and the boundary of discussion. Contraception existed in Victorian Britain, but it existed unevenly, differently across class, and often under euphemistic labels. Public discussion could attract moral condemnation. Printed material could be treated as obscene. Yet private practice persisted because the economic and physical pressures of repeated childbirth made fertility control an urgent need for many households. Some people sought prevention for pragmatic reasons: poverty, health, exhaustion, fear of another pregnancy after a difficult birth, or the desire to space children. Others sought it because of marital conditions that were unsafe or coercive. The reasons were varied, and they were often not recorded because recording itself could invite judgment. Chemists sat in a complex position here. Some may have refused involvement on moral or reputational grounds. Others may have participated quietly. The point is not to claim universal behavior but to recognize the structural reality: where demand exists and knowledge circulates, commerce follows. The chemist's discretion could become a form of unofficial social service. It could also become exploitation, depending on pricing, quality, and the seller's attitude toward the customer. Patent medicines and coded intent. Coded female remedies were part of the broader patent medicine economy described earlier. Proprietary preparations could be advertised in language that meant different things to different readers. A respectable newspaper could carry an advertisement that seemed like harmless women's health marketing, while readers understood its implied promise. The ambiguity protected the seller and signaled to the buyer. This kind of marketing operated as a commercial wink. It did not offer explicit claims that might attract prosecution. It offered suggestion. Suggestion was enough. For the chemist, stocking such products could be commercially safe because they were not openly presented as illicit. They were presented as remedies. The ethical burden was displaced onto interpretation. The customer might claim one intention, the chemist might claim another, and both could remain within the boundaries of respectability. This displacement of responsibility is part of the Victorian marketplace's moral design. It allowed commerce to occur without challenging public virtue directly. Women, risk, and the desire for control. It is tempting to treat female regulator commerce as a scandalous fringe. It was not. It was part of everyday survival for many women. Victorian women were expected to endure pregnancy and childbirth repeatedly, even as medical knowledge remained limited and maternal mortality remained a threat. A woman with limited money, limited agency, and limited access to formal medical care could still have a powerful motive to seek control. The chemist's shop offered a form of autonomy, partial, imperfect, often mediated by male gatekeepers, yet still meaningful. The ability to purchase a product without explaining oneself to a doctor could be the difference between privacy and exposure, between control and helplessness, between a manageable household economy and collapse. This is one reason the topic belongs in this book. It is not an outlier. It sits precisely where medicine, morality, and regulation intersect. Harm without instruction. Some Victorian female remedies were not benign. Historical sources repeatedly show concern about products marketed with vague claims yet capable of harm. The danger here is not a matter of providing technical detail. The danger is structural. In a marketplace where ingredients were not always disclosed and regulation was uneven, women could be exposed to unsafe compounds without being properly informed. This is the darker side of the chemist's counter as a place of quiet autonomy. Autonomy can be compromised when information is withheld, when sellers exploit secrecy, or when products are marketed with confidence that exceeds their safety. The Victorian state attempted to manage poison risk through lists and registers. It struggled to manage the more diffuse risk created by proprietary, coded products operating in gray zones. This mismatch between regulatory tools and commercial practice is part of what makes the era so instructive. Secrecy as protection, secrecy as vulnerability. Secrecy protected women from moral judgment. It also made them vulnerable. When a transaction is secret, the buyer cannot easily demand accountability. Complaints cannot easily be made without self-exposure. Sellers can exploit the buyer's need for discretion. Prices can rise. Quality can fall. The buyer may accept uncertain claims because the alternative is public scrutiny. Secrecy also complicates historical record. What survives are hints, euphemistic advertisements, court cases, occasional medical commentary, and moral panic literature. The ordinary daily transactions, the quiet requests, the exchanged glances, the whispered phrases, rarely make it into archives unless something goes wrong. This is why the chemist's shop is so important as a historical site. It was a point where silence took material form. The bottle became the outcome of an unrecorded conversation. The chemist's balancing act. A Victorian chemist who wished to remain respectable had to balance several pressures. Customer demand for discretion. Legal risk. Moral reputation in the community. Professional identity as a responsible supplier. Commercial survival in a competitive market. This balancing act produced varied behaviour. Some chemists became strict gatekeepers. Others became quiet facilitators. Many likely moved between these roles depending on circumstance. The key point is that the chemist's counter did not merely reflect Victorian morality. It negotiated it. The shop was a space where official virtue and private need met, and where regulation attempted to impose order on transactions that were designed not to be seen. The documentary problem and the discipline of restraint. For a historian and a factual writer, the reproductive marketplace presents a particular challenge. The topic is saturated with modern assumptions, and the record is uneven. It is tempting to overstate, to fill gaps with confident narratives. That temptation must be resisted. This book treats the subject cautiously. It identifies the structures that can be verified, coded language, commercial patterns, legal pressure, and the chemist's position as a discrete point of access. It avoids turning ambiguity into certainty. It does not convert social possibility into direct accusation. The Victorian chemist's world is already compelling without embellishment. The silence is part of the evidence. The evasive language is part of the record. The structure of discretion is itself the story. Transition, from secrecy to scandal. The chemist's under-counter economy was not always invisible. Sometimes it surfaced in public life through scandal, through moral campaigns, prosecutions, and debates about what could be printed and sold. When secrecy failed, it failed loudly. Newspapers and courts became theaters where private commerce was dragged into public judgment. Chapter 8: Dangerous Knowledge, Obscenity, Pamphlets, and the Policing of Information. In the Victorian chemist's world, substances were only half the story. The other half was knowledge. A society can regulate bottles through schedules, registers, and professional licensing. It is far harder to regulate what people understand, what they whisper to each other, and what they seek out when official channels refuse to speak plainly. In the 1880s, Britain was learning that chemical control and information control were inseparable. If certain kinds of bodily knowledge were treated as immoral or obscene, then that knowledge did not disappear. It moved into coded language, private networks, and commercially opportunistic hands. The chemist's shop sat directly on this fault line. It was a place where people sought relief and control, and it was also a place where people sought guidance, often without being able to ask for it openly. What followed was a distinctive Victorian conflict, the struggle over whether information about reproduction, contraception, and intimate health should be treated as public health knowledge or as moral contamination. Obscenity as a tool of social order. Victorian obscenity law was not merely about pornography. In practice, it could be used to police a wider field of material considered socially dangerous, material that threatened respectability, hierarchy, and public virtue. Reproductive information became one of the most contested zones of this policing. It touched on sex. It touched on marriage. It touched on women's bodies. It touched on illegitimacy and poverty. It threatened the ideal that respectable society was orderly and self-disciplined. This did not mean Victorians were ignorant about sex. It meant the public language allowed to describe sex was narrow, moralist, and heavily controlled. The state's aim was not simply to prevent harm. It was to maintain a certain version of social propriety. This is why contraceptive information could be treated as obscene, not because it was inherently explicit, but because it challenged moral authority. It suggested that sex could be separated from reproduction. It implied that women and couples might act strategically rather than dutifully. It undermined a set of social expectations that were politically and religiously important. The demand for knowledge. The demand for reproductive knowledge did not begin in the 1880s. It existed throughout the 19th century, and it was intensified by the pressures of urban life. Families living in poverty faced harsh arithmetic. More children meant more mouths, more risk, more exhaustion. Women faced repeated pregnancies with limited medical protection. Infant mortality was common, but that did not reduce the physical burden of childbirth and breastfeeding. For many households, the question was not moral philosophy. It was survival. Middle-class families faced different pressures: inheritance, respectability, the desire to present a controlled domestic image. Even where money was sufficient, repeated childbirth could still be physically damaging and emotionally exhausting. Privacy and discretion mattered. Knowledge mattered. When official medicine refused to speak openly, people looked elsewhere. They looked to pamphlets, whispered advice, and coded advertising. They looked to chemists who might sell female remedies without asking questions. They looked to printed material that framed reproduction not as moral duty but as a matter of choice and planning. This demand was one reason information became a battleground. When knowledge is sought in secret, it becomes vulnerable to moral panic. Pamphlets and the politics of print. Printed material in the Victorian era was increasingly accessible. Literacy was rising. Cheap print expanded rapidly. Pamphlets could circulate widely with minimal infrastructure. This made them powerful. It also made them alarming to authorities who feared the spread of improper ideas. Reproductive pamphlets were treated as particularly dangerous because they could reach young people, unmarried people, and women, groups Victorian culture often attempted to manage through silence. A pamphlet could bypass gatekeepers. It could enter a household without the mediation of a doctor, priest, or parent. It could teach people to think of their bodies in ways that challenged traditional authority. In this sense, the pamphlet became the enemy of Victorian control. It represented autonomy. The public flashpoint. The Victorian struggle over contraceptive information is often illustrated through a particular public conflict: the prosecution of figures associated with the publication and sale of contraceptive literature in the late 1870s. The significance of that moment lies not in gossip or scandal, but in what it revealed: that the state was willing to treat reproductive knowledge as obscenity, and that reformers were willing to argue that such knowledge was necessary for public welfare. The arguments were not merely about sex. They were about poverty, population, women's health, and the legitimacy of planning one's life. The courtroom became a stage on which Victorian society confronted its own contradictions. It demanded family stability while offering limited support to families trapped in poverty. It demanded female virtue while offering limited bodily agency to women. It demanded public morality while tolerating private hypocrisy. The legal conflict demonstrated something important for the chemist's history: regulation was not only chemical. It was ideological. The chemist as an information boundary. Chemists were not merely sellers. They were often approached as informal advisors. People came to them not only for bottles, but for interpretation. A chemist might be asked what a product was for. A chemist might be asked whether something was safe. A chemist might be asked for a woman's tonic, without any explicit description of the problem. The chemist's response could shape the customer's understanding, and that understanding could shape behavior. In this role, the chemist became an information boundary. He could refuse to answer plainly. He could answer with euphemism. He could direct the customer to a doctor. He could supply a product and say little. In each case, the chemist helped maintain or breach the era's silence. This boundary role carried risk. Offering too much information could invite moral scrutiny. Offering too little could expose customers to harm, confusion, or exploitation. The Victorian chemist's discretion was therefore not merely commercial, it was informational. Respectability, censorship, and the illusion of ignorance. Victorian censorship often operated through a particular illusion, the illusion that respectability required ignorance. This was not literal ignorance. It was performative ignorance. Respectable society behaved as though certain topics should not be spoken of, even while acknowledging them privately. Silence was treated as virtue. Knowledge was treated as contamination. The problem with performative ignorance is that it creates unequal outcomes. Those with money and social standing can often access knowledge privately through discreet channels. Those without standing are more likely to be denied access or forced into unsafe sources. Censorship in such a system does not eliminate knowledge. It stratifies it. The chemist's counter participated in this stratification. A customer who looked respectable might be given more help, more discretion, more willingness to sell. Another might be judged, refused, or sent away. Thus, information control became a form of class control. The marketplace exploits silence. Where silence exists, exploitation thrives. If people cannot openly seek reproductive information, they will accept it in coded forms. Sellers can market products vaguely. They can promise restoration without saying what will be restored. They can imply control without naming the mechanism. They can sell hope in a bottle at a premium. This dynamic does not require conspiracy. It is a predictable feature of any moralist marketplace. People pay for privacy. They pay for euphemism. They pay for plausible deniability. Some chemists may have resisted such exploitation. Others may have benefited from it. The Victorian chemist, operating at the intersection of public virtue and private need, became part of a system where discretion could be both protective and profitable. Public health framed as morality. Another Victorian contradiction runs through this chapter: the way public health was often reframed as morality. Modern readers might assume that information about reproduction is a straightforward public health matter. In Victorian Britain, it was often treated as a threat to social order. Reformers argued that knowledge could reduce suffering. Opponents argued that knowledge would encourage vice. The debate was not settled by evidence because it was not primarily about evidence. It was about what kind of society people believed should exist. This moral framing shaped regulation. It shaped what could be advertised openly. It shaped what could be sold. It shaped what chemists could say without risk. It shaped the language of female health products and the coded nature of their marketing. And it shaped the public's understanding of responsibility. If reproductive knowledge was treated as immoral, then harm associated with uncontrolled fertility could be framed as individual failure rather than structural problem. Knowledge as a precondition of regulation. There is a final irony in Victorian information policing: regulation depends on knowledge. A state that wishes to control dangerous substances must also allow some degree of public understanding. People need to know what is risky. They need to know what labels mean. They need to know why signatures are required. They need to know how to store household chemicals safely. They need to know when a medicine is too strong. In many areas, Victorian society accepted this logic. It allowed public education about sanitation, disease prevention, and basic safety. But in reproductive matters, the logic broke down under moral pressure. Knowledge was treated as corrupting even when it could reduce harm. This created a regulatory asymmetry. Society attempted to regulate poisons openly through labels and registers, while simultaneously pushing intimate health knowledge into shadows. The chemist's shop became one of the places where these two tendencies collided: open regulation for some dangers, coded commerce for others. The historian's problem: evidence that refuses to be clean. Because the Victorian reproductive marketplace operated through euphemism and silence, the historical record is often fragmentary. What survives tends to be extreme: prosecutions, moral panics, sensational cases, and public controversies. The ordinary daily transactions remain hard to see. This tempts writers toward overstatement. It invites the creation of tidy narratives in place of uneven evidence. But factual writing demands restraint. Silence itself becomes part of the record. The absence of explicit documentation is not proof that nothing happened. It is evidence of a culture that forced many things to happen quietly. This is why the chemist's history must be told structurally rather than anecdotally. It must describe the systems, law, moral norms, commercial practices, that shaped what could be said and what could not. Transition, from words to bodies. The conflict over information reveals something fundamental about Victorian chemical culture. Regulation was never only about substances. It was about bodies, power, and the social meaning assigned to knowledge. In the Victorian trial, the chemist's shop, the poison register, and the labeled bottle all reappeared as exhibits, objects that were meant to stabilize truth, yet often became part of a struggle over uncertainty. In that struggle, Victorian society confronted the limits of its own controls. It could record purchases, label dangers, and prosecute sellers, but it could not fully control what happened behind closed doors, or fully control the stories it told itself about why harm occurred. Chapter 9, In Court, Experts, Evidence, and the Problem of Proof. Victorian poison cases rarely turned on a single dramatic fact. They turned on accumulation. A ledger entry. A bottle. A label. A witness's memory. A symptom described after the event. A doctor's interpretation. A chemist's routine. A household's habits. A question of access. A question of intention. In the courtroom, these fragments were expected to become a coherent narrative. The prosecution was required to build a story that did not merely sound plausible, but satisfied a high standard of proof. The defense was required to expose uncertainty, alternate explanations, and the limits of expert knowledge. The judge was required to maintain order, but order did not guarantee clarity. Jurors were required to decide, yet they were asked to decide inside an environment where scientific confidence and scientific doubt could coexist within the same testimony. This chapter examines the Victorian poison trial as a site where the chemist's world became public. It is where registers, labels, and professional roles were tested under cross-examination. It is also where modern readers can see, with unusual precision, the limits of 19th-century forensic certainty. The court's hunger for certainty. A poisoning accusation demands certainty, because the act itself is often invisible. Unlike a violent assault, poison frequently leaves no immediate witness. It operates through ordinary domestic acts, a drink, a meal, a medicine. The court therefore hungers for visible anchors. It seeks objects and documents that appear stable and factual: bottles, registers, signatures, purchase records, medical notes. These items are persuasive because they look like truth made solid. But objects do not speak for themselves. A bottle tells the court that a substance existed. It does not tell the court who used it. A register entry tells the court that a purchase occurred. It does not tell the court what happened afterward. A label tells the court that a substance was meant to be dangerous. It does not tell the court whether it was administered deliberately or accidentally. The courtroom, then, is a place where certainty is demanded but rarely fully delivered. The chemist as witness. Chemists appeared in poison trials for reasons that reflect their structural role in Victorian life. They might be called to testify about what substances they sold, whether a particular person purchased a controlled poison, whether the purchase was recorded properly, what the customer said at the counter, whether the customer appeared nervous, hurried, or unusual, how the substance was labeled and supplied. Chemists were often asked to provide both factual evidence and interpretive nuance. They were expected to be reliable because they were professionals. Yet they were also human. Their memories were subject to time and routine. A shop could serve many customers. A transaction might not stand out until later, when tragedy reframed it as significant. This created a courtroom vulnerability. The chemist's testimony could be shaped by retrospective interpretation. A sale that seemed ordinary at the time could be remembered as suspicious after a death. A customer's face could become clearer in memory once the chemist was told the customer was implicated in a crime. Cross-examination exploited this vulnerability. Defense counsel often sought to show that memory was uncertain, that identification could be mistaken, that routine did not produce reliable recall. The prosecution sought to make the chemist's testimony appear precise and professional. The chemist, in the witness box, became a symbol of the era's attempt to govern chemical access. If the chemist's record-keeping and recall were solid, the system looked solid. If they were shaky, the system looked fragile. The The doctor as expert and the limits of medicine. Doctors in poison trials served a different function. They were asked to interpret bodily evidence, symptoms, deterioration, cause of death, and whether poisoning was compatible with observed facts. In Victorian courts, medical testimony carried significant weight. The public and the law wanted science to deliver clarity. But medicine itself was divided. Victorian toxicology advanced rapidly through the 19th century, yet it remained a contested field. Methods could vary. Interpretations could conflict. Chemical detection might establish that a substance was present, but presence did not always establish pathway. Symptom descriptions could be incomplete or unreliable because they were often recorded by lay witnesses during stressful events. Autopsies could reveal signs that were interpreted differently by different experts. This created a recurring courtroom pattern, experts disagreeing. Expert disagreement is not inherently scandalous. It is often the reality of developing science. Yet in court, disagreement can appear as weakness, and weakness can produce doubt. Defense counsel did not need to prove an alternative narrative in many cases. They needed only to show that the prosecution's narrative was not certain. Reasonable doubt thrives in the space between expert opinions. The problem of pathway. Many poison cases hinge on a particular question, not whether a poison is present, but how it entered the body. This question is crucial because it links substance to action. If a poison can only enter through ingestion, then the court must ask who provided the meal or drink. If a poison could be inhaled, absorbed, or otherwise administered, the court must consider different scenarios. The pathway narrows suspects. It shapes motive narratives. It determines whether a death looks like accident or murder. Victorian courts often struggled with pathway questions because certain substances were volatile, difficult to trace in all tissues, or capable of entering the body in more than one way. Even when science could establish presence, it might not be able to establish administration method beyond dispute. This is one reason poison cases became famous and enduring. They were not simply murder stories. They were puzzles about proof. Domestic life on trial. In poison cases, the home itself becomes evidence. Because administration often occurs in private, the court reconstructs domestic routine. It asks, who prepared food? Who administered medicine? Who was present in the sick room? What the household's habits were? Where medicines were stored? Who had keys to cupboards? Who washed glasses? Who controlled the household space? This is a distinctive feature of Victorian poison trials. Intimacy becomes public. The private labor of women and servants becomes subject to courtroom scrutiny. The household becomes a stage, and the smallest details of daily life are reinterpreted for sinister possibility. This scrutiny was shaped by gender assumptions. A wife who cared for a sick husband could be framed as devoted or as strategically positioned. A servant could be framed as honest or as potentially bribed. A female caregiver could be framed as naturally nurturing or as secretly manipulative. The same evidence could be read through different moral lenses. The chemist's shop and the poison register often served as the bridge between public commerce and private home. They provided the court with a concrete starting point. The rest of the story required inference. Inference is where doubt enters. Motive as story, not proof. Victorian prosecutors often relied heavily on motive narratives because poison cases lacked visible acts. If the court could be persuaded that a person had a reason to kill, then circumstantial fragments could be interpreted as coherent intent. But motive is not the same as proof. A person may have motive and still be innocent. A person may lack obvious motive and still commit harm. In poison cases, motive narratives often carried additional weight because they helped fill the invisible gap between purchase and administration. Victorian courts were not immune to sensationalism. Newspapers reported poison trials with fascination. Public interest could color atmosphere. The prosecution's motive narrative could become part of a broader moral story: the dangerous wife, the scandalous household, the corrupt relationship, the threat to respectable domestic order. The defense, meanwhile, often sought to neutralize motive by reframing it as misunderstanding or by emphasizing the ordinary nature of domestic conflict. The defense also leaned on the central legal principle: the prosecution must prove the act, not merely suggest a reason. The courtroom as a theater of authority. Poison trials were arenas where different kinds of authority competed. The chemist's commercial professional authority. The doctor's scientific authority. The lawyer's rhetorical authority. The judge's procedural authority. The jury's moral authority. Each authority had limits. Doctors could argue about scientific interpretation. Chemists could argue about routine and record-keeping. Lawyers could shape narratives. Judges could control admissibility. Jurors could decide what felt believable. Truth emerged not as a simple discovery, but as a negotiated outcome within rules. This is why Victorian poison trials can feel unsettling to modern readers. They reveal that proof is not purely scientific. It is legal and social. Evidence is weighed not only by laboratories, but by human judgment. Reasonable doubt as a boundary. The principle that protects defendants is the same principle that frustrates those who crave certainty, reasonable doubt. Victorian juries were instructed to convict only if sure. When scientific testimony conflicted, when domestic reconstruction relied on inference, when purchase records did not prove administration, doubt could persist even in cases that felt morally obvious to the public. The acquittal in a poison trial does not necessarily mean innocence. It means the prosecution did not meet the required standard. This distinction mattered then and matters now. It preserves a boundary against conviction by suspicion alone. Poison trials often highlight the value of that boundary. They also highlight its emotional cost. When a death feels wrong and evidence feels incomplete, the public may experience acquittal as failure rather than as protection. The historian must resist that emotional simplification. The law is designed to prefer uncertainty over wrongful conviction. The media's role. Victorian newspapers shaped the public meaning of poison trials. They reported courtroom drama, described witnesses, emphasized scandal, and sometimes presented the accused through moralist language. This coverage influenced public perception and could place pressure on courtroom actors even if jurors were instructed to ignore it. Newspapers also contributed to the lasting fame of certain cases. A poison trial became not only a legal event but a cultural narrative. That narrative could outlive the evidence itself, shaping how later generations interpreted the case. For the chemist's history, this matters because it shows how poison regulation entered popular consciousness. The public learned about poison registers and restricted sales through court reporting. The chemist became a figure not only of health but of potential danger. The shop counter became part of the crime story. What trials reveal about regulation? Victorian poison trials can be read as stress tests of the regulatory system. When a chemist's records were clear, the system appeared functional. When records were missing or ambiguous, the system's weaknesses became visible. When expert testimony was confident and consistent, the court could treat science as stabilizing. When experts disagreed, science became another arena of contest. Trials also reveal what regulation could not solve. Regulation could govern sales. It could not govern household access. It could not monitor private administration. It could not prevent a person from using legitimate household substances for illegitimate purposes. The Victorian state was building a framework of control, but it was not yet capable of fully managing chemical risk in domestic space. The courtroom exposed that gap repeatedly. Transition, from proof to public panic. When proof fails, fear grows. Poison cases that end in acquittal or uncertainty often intensify public anxiety. They suggest that danger cannot be contained by law. They imply that domestic life is vulnerable. They provoke calls for stronger regulation, better toxicology, stricter professional oversight, and tighter control of certain substances. The chemist's shop, once a site of trust, became increasingly a site of regulated risk. Chapter 10, Tightening the Counter, Professional Pharmacy and the Expanding Regulatory State. The Victorian chemist began the century as a figure of trade and ended it as a figure of controlled authority. This transformation did not happen overnight. It was not a single law, a single scandal, or a single reform that reshaped the chemist's role. It was a gradual tightening, a layering of standards, expectations, and legal obligations that turned the shop counter into a regulated boundary. By the 1880s, the direction of travel was unmistakable. Pharmacy was moving away from informal practice and toward professional identity. The state was moving away from reactive prosecution and toward systematic control. The public was moving away from unquestioning trust and toward a more anxious awareness that medicine and poison could share a shelf. This chapter traces that tightening, how chemists were increasingly defined by qualification, how their shops were increasingly defined by rules, and how regulation aimed to manage risk without collapsing the consumer access Victorian society relied on. From druggist to pharmacist, the 19th century inherited a mixed marketplace. In different districts, chemist, druggist, and other labels could overlap. Some sellers were trained. Some were apprenticed. Some operated through tradition rather than formalized qualification. The public did not always know the difference, and the marketplace did not always insist on clear boundaries. Professionalization was a response to this confusion. As chemistry advanced and potent substances became more common, the argument for professional standards grew stronger. A seller handling dangerous compounds could no longer be treated as simply another merchant. The act of dispensing itself carried risk. Professional pharmacy therefore developed not only as a trade identity but as a public safety claim. Trained sellers would be safer sellers. This claim was practical and political. It also served commercial interests. A profession gains power by defining who belongs to it and who does not. Once membership standards exist, those standards can be used to restrict competition, increase status, and strengthen bargaining power with government. The Victorian chemist's rising status was not merely the result of benevolent reform. It was also the result of professional consolidation. The chemist as gatekeeper. In earlier chapters, the chemist appeared as an intermediary between suffering and commerce. By the 1880s, that intermediary role was increasingly framed as gatekeeping. Gatekeeping has a specific social function. It creates a controlled channel. It restricts access not necessarily by banning substances, but by making access dependent on an authorized person. This is the logic behind poison schedules and the authorized seller concept. It is also the logic behind pharmacy professionalization. The chemist's shop became a place where the public could obtain powerful goods, but not without passing through a regulated human checkpoint. This checkpoint did not operate like modern surveillance. It operated through the requirement to record certain sales, the expectation of professional judgment, the threat of sanction if procedures were ignored, the cultural authority of the chemist as a trained figure. In other words, regulation did not only control substances. It controlled roles. It made the chemist part of the state's safety architecture. Inspection, compliance, and the quiet pressure of rules. As regulation expanded, the chemist's shop was increasingly shaped by compliance routines. These routines were not dramatic. They were ordinary and repetitive: record-keeping, labeling, storage practices, and the handling of restricted items. This is how regulatory power often works. It becomes a daily habit. When regulation is functioning, it is mostly invisible. It is visible only when it fails, when a register entry is missing, when a poison is mislabeled, when an accident occurs, when a suspicious death prompts inquiry. Compliance is therefore a form of quiet labor. It adds time and friction to the work of the shop. It also adds protection. For chemists, compliance was not simply a moral duty. It was a strategy of self-preservation. A chemist who followed procedure could defend themselves if scrutiny arrived. A chemist who ignored procedure could become part of the story. Professional identity then was reinforced by fear of scandal, fear of prosecution, fear of being blamed for harm that began at the counter. Consumer access and the limits of restriction. Victorian society did not want to lose access to remedies. It wanted access without disaster. This is a crucial point. The Victorian public relied on chemists for speed, cost, and discretion. A regulatory system that prevented access entirely would have been politically and socially disruptive. Many households could not afford frequent medical consultations. Many relied on self-treatment. Many lived with chronic illness and pain that required some form of management. The regulatory state was therefore constrained. It had to manage risk without dismantling the very system through which the public coped. This constraint shaped the structure of regulation, controlling certain substances rather than all potent medicines, requiring records for some transactions rather than all transactions, restricting who could sell rather than restricting who could buy in all cases, focusing on traceability rather than prevention. Modern readers sometimes assume regulation should prevent misuse. Victorian regulation often aimed instead to manage misuse after it occurred, because preventing misuse entirely was not realistic in a society built on widespread self-medication. The persistence of moral judgment. As professional regulation tightened, Another force persisted: moral judgment. Victorian chemists were expected to be respectable. Their shops were public spaces. Their customers were neighbors. Their reputations mattered. A chemist's behaviour was watched. A chemist's willingness to sell certain items could attract gossip. A chemist's refusal could also attract hostility. This social environment meant that regulation was not the only control system. Respectability acted as an informal enforcement mechanism. Chemists might refuse sales they believed would damage their standing. They might treat certain customers differently based on class and appearance. They might participate in euphemistic commerce to preserve plausible deniability. In other words, professional pharmacy did not replace Victorian moral culture. It operated within it. This is why regulation is never purely technical. It is embedded in social judgment. The chemist's counter was not a neutral laboratory bench, it was a social stage. The good chemist ideal. As pharmacy professionalized, a cultural ideal emerged, the good chemist as a figure of care and responsibility. This ideal served multiple purposes. It reassured the public that medicines were not simply commodities. It reassured lawmakers that the trade could be trusted with controlled substances. It reassured chemists that their identity was distinct from quacks and unqualified sellers. But ideals are always vulnerable to reality. Some chemists were meticulous and cautious. Others were careless. Some were deeply conscientious. Others were primarily commercial. The profession's public image depended on the assumption that standards would hold. When scandals occurred, the profession's authority could be threatened. This created internal pressure within pharmacy, the need to police its own members, to present unity, to support regulation as a way of strengthening legitimacy. Professionalization, therefore, was both protective and controlling. It protected the public. It also protected the profession's status. Regulation as a response to public panic. Victorian regulation was often reactive. It strengthened when public fear became loud enough. Poison cases, especially sensational ones, created pressure. They suggested that domestic life could be exploited. They suggested that ordinary substances could become weapons. They suggested that a clever person could navigate the marketplace and commit harm without immediate detection. When the public became anxious, lawmakers responded by tightening controls, expanding poison categories, strengthening requirements, increasing oversight, and reinforcing the authority of qualified sellers. But reactive regulation can produce uneven outcomes. It may focus on substances associated with famous cases while neglecting other risks. It may strengthen paperwork without addressing domestic storage. It may tighten professional rules without improving public education. Victorian regulation was therefore not a neat, rational machine. It was a political system responding to fear, pressure, and competing interests. The chemist's shop as a modern institution. By the end of the 19th century, the chemist's shop looked increasingly like a modern pharmacy, more clearly professional, more clearly regulated, more clearly tied to a system of controlled substances. Yet it retained Victorian features that would not disappear easily. The reliance on customer trust. The influence of class and respectability. The role of discretion in intimate health. The commercial pressure to sell what the public wanted. The presence of proprietary medicines alongside professional advice. The Victorian chemist's shop therefore sits at the beginning of modern pharmaceutical culture, but it is not identical to it. It is transitional. It shows the early stages of a system still familiar today, the negotiation between access and control. The human element that remained. No matter how tight regulation became, it still depended on human behavior. A register is only useful if filled honestly. A label is only useful if read. A schedule is only useful if understood. A qualification is only useful if paired with judgment and integrity. Victorian regulators could shape systems, but they could not eliminate human inconsistency. They could not eliminate desperation. They could not eliminate concealment. They could not eliminate the private nature of domestic life. This is why chemical risk remained, even as controls tightened. Regulation can reduce harm, but it cannot erase it. It can make misuse harder, but it cannot make misuse impossible. Transition, chloroform and the modern fear. The tightening of pharmacy regulation was partly driven by the public's realization that certain substances carried a particular kind of threat, the threat of quiet administration and unclear proof. Few substances symbolized this as strongly as chloroform. Chloroform was associated with modern medicine and with the drama of anesthesia. It was also associated, in public imagination, with vulnerability, sleep induced against one's will, control slipping away, the body rendered helpless. It occupied a cultural space that combined scientific progress with fear. Chloroform, more than many substances, reveals why regulation could tighten and still fail to deliver certainty. Chapter 11, Chloroform, Modern Mercy, Modern Fear. Chloroform entered Victorian life wearing the costume of progress. It belonged, at first, to the world of the operating theatre, a substance that could turn agony into silence, a promise that surgery no longer had to be endured in full consciousness. In the 19th century, that promise was not merely clinical. It was cultural. It suggested that modern science could conquer one of humanity's oldest certainties, pain. But chloroform also carried a shadow. A substance capable of switching consciousness off could never remain purely benevolent in the public imagination. It did not only relieve suffering. It implied vulnerability. It implied power. It implied that the body could be controlled without bruises, without wounds, without witnesses. By the 1880s, chloroform occupied an uneasy place in Victorian society. It was associated with respectable medicine and with fear. It sat inside professional debates and sensational anxieties. It belonged to hospitals and to headlines. It was a symbol of modernity, and it was a symbol of how modernity could make harm quieter. This chapter examines chloroform as a Victorian object, how it was understood, how it was discussed, and why it became such a potent ingredient in the era's moral and forensic imagination. The 19th century hunger for anesthesia. To understand chloroform's cultural impact, it is necessary to understand what it replaced. Before anesthesia, surgery was brutality made clinical. Speed mattered because speed reduced the time a patient had to endure conscious pain. Restraint was physical, not chemical. The public knew this. Stories of surgery's horror were part of cultural knowledge. Even if a person never saw an operation, they understood its terror. Anesthesia changed that understanding. It created an alternate world where the body could be opened without the full experience of pain. That shift carried enormous emotional and symbolic force. It suggested that modern medicine could offer mercy where earlier medicine offered endurance. Chloroform, as an anesthetic, therefore carried prestige. It belonged to doctors. It belonged to scientific advancement. It belonged to the story Victorians liked to tell about themselves, that they were moving toward a more humane, more controlled world. And yet, the very mechanism of anesthesia, silencing consciousness, invited unease. The problem of trust. Anesthesia requires surrender. A patient cannot manage their own safety when unconscious. They must trust the person administering the substance, the person performing the procedure, and the people present in the room. This is true in any era, but in Victorian culture, where modesty and propriety were significant pressures, surrender carried additional meaning. For women in particular, the idea of unconsciousness under medical care could trigger moral anxiety. Victorian society was preoccupied with female virtue, and unconsciousness was associated with vulnerability. The medical profession insisted on clinical necessity, but public imagination did not always keep to clinical boundaries. The notion of a woman rendered unconscious could be transformed, in anxious minds, into a story of violation rather than treatment. This is not to claim widespread misconduct, it is to describe a cultural fear. Chloroform did not merely remove pain. It exposed the dependence at the heart of medical care. Trust became unavoidable. So did fear of what might happen if trust was misplaced. Chloroform as a modern poison. Chloroform's association with modern medicine shaped the way it was viewed in crime narratives. Traditional poisons were often imagined as old, domestic, and earthy, substances that could be hidden in food, slipped into drinks, stored in kitchens. Chloroform felt different. It came from the world of science and laboratories. It carried the aura of professional use. It sounded technical. Its name itself felt modern. This mattered because Victorian crime was not only about what happened. It was about what people believed could happen. A substance with a scientific identity could intensify the sense that crime had entered a new era, one in which violence could be accomplished through expertise rather than force. The fear was not simply death. It was the idea that modern knowledge could make wrongdoing more efficient, more concealed, harder to prove. Availability and the slippage into ordinary life. A substance becomes culturally dangerous when it crosses a boundary, when it leaves professional control and becomes accessible in wider contexts. By the late 19th century, chloroform was not only an operating theatre substance. It was known. It was discussed. It was associated with medical shops and professional supply. It became imaginable as something that could exist beyond hospitals, even if most people did not personally handle it. This imaginability matters. Most Victorian people did not need to personally possess chloroform for it to become frightening. They needed only to know that it existed, that it could render someone insensible, and that it might be obtained by those with access to medical or chemical trade. In that sense, chloroform functioned like many feared technologies. Its cultural impact exceeded its everyday use. It entered popular thought as a possibility. And possibilities shape panic. Victorian forensics and the problem of narrative. Chloroform also posed a distinctive forensic problem. Some poisons left relatively stable traces that could be detected and argued over with increasing confidence as toxicology improved. Chloroform, associated with anesthesia and volatility, raised more complex questions for Victorian courts and doctors. Questions about how presence in the body should be interpreted, how pathways could be established, and how certainty could be achieved. This complexity made chloroform especially powerful in courtroom narratives. It could produce a result that looked definitive, here is the substance, while still leaving uncertain how it entered the body in a particular case. It could create the sensation of proof without providing a complete story. When the law demands proof beyond reasonable doubt, incomplete stories become decisive. If a pathway cannot be demonstrated clearly enough, a case may fail even if suspicion feels intense. Chloroform, as a forensic puzzle, therefore became a symbol of modern uncertainty. Science could reveal substances, but the law still required a narrative of action. This is one reason chloroform appears in enduring mysteries. It does not merely kill, it confuses. Chloroform and the Victorian imagination of control. The 19th century was an era of control fantasies: sanitation, classification, bureaucracy, schedules, registers. The state attempted to control risks through paperwork. Professionals attempted to control uncertainty through training and standards. Households attempted to control illness through bottles and routines. Chloroform sat awkwardly inside these fantasies because it represented control taken to its most intimate extreme, control over consciousness. To be rendered unconscious is to lose the ability to consent, resist, speak, or remember. It is a kind of disappearance that occurs while the body remains present. That quality made chloroform uniquely suited to Victorian anxieties about power within private spaces, marriage, caregiving, sick rooms, and medical settings. It also fed popular narratives about the fragility of respectable life. If a person could be quietly made unconscious, then domestic safety could be breached without visible struggle. The home could become a site of hidden domination. Chloroform therefore became part of the era's psychological landscape even beyond real criminal use. It symbolized a modern threat, that control could be exercised invisibly. Professional debates and public fear. Victorian society often held two ideas at once: admiration for medical progress and fear of its implications. Medical professionals debated anesthetic safety, technique, and risk. These debates belonged to the world of clinical responsibility. But the public absorbed them as proof that the modern world contained new uncertainties. If doctors themselves could not agree on safety margins, then the substance seemed unstable. If deaths occurred under anesthesia, even if rare, the public imagination could transform these events into a broader fear of chemical power. This duality shaped chloroform's reputation. It was mercy and menace. It was progress and peril. It was controlled and potentially uncontrollable. The chemist's shop sat at the edge of this duality. It was not a hospital, but it was part of the supply chain. It represented access. It also represented the wider diffusion of medical substances into civilian life. Chloroform, gender, and suspicion. When chloroform appears in crime narratives, it often arrives with gendered suspicion. Victorian culture frequently treated women as domestic managers, carers of the sick, preparers of food, keepers of household routines. This domestic role created proximity to administration. It also created a cultural suspicion: if poisoning occurred, who had access? Men, meanwhile, were more often associated with formal authority: doctors, chemists, clergy. When chloroform was invoked, Male access could be framed as expertise and therefore plausibility. Female access could be framed as domestic opportunity and therefore suspicion. This gendered frame mattered in court cases where chloroform featured. It shaped how juries and newspapers interpreted plausible perpetrators. It shaped which narratives felt believable. It also created a familiar Victorian pattern: the woman as suspected domestic poisoner, the man as ambiguous facilitator or moral figure, and the home as a space where power operated quietly. Chloroform did not create these patterns. It intensified them. The sickroom as a vulnerable space. One of the most unsettling Victorian settings is the sickroom. The sickroom is intimate. It is private. It involves bodily weakness and dependence. It often involves medicines, drafts, and repeated administration. It involves caretakers who might be trusted or resented. It may involve strained marriages, exhausted relatives, and servants who observe more than anyone acknowledges. In a sickroom, powerful substances can be administered as care. That reality makes wrongdoing both easier and harder to prove. Easier because access exists. Harder because the same actions can be interpreted as compassion or manipulation. Chloroform's cultural power in this context is obvious. It suggests a way to end suffering quickly, or to end a life without violence. But it also suggests a way to create confusion, because the sickroom already contains legitimate administration and legitimate decline. Victorian poison trials often rested on this ambiguity. Chloroform, when it entered a sickroom narrative, brought modern fear into an already emotionally charged space. Why chloroform became an enigma substance. Some substances are easy to narrate. Others resist narrative. Chloroform's enigma status comes from three qualities: its association with legitimate medical use, its capacity to render someone helpless and silent, its forensic and interpretive complexity in contested cases. These qualities mean that chloroform can produce a paradox. It can be present in a case as a strong fact, while the story of how it arrived remains uncertain. That uncertainty is precisely what law struggles with. Courts demand a pathway. Jurors must decide whether uncertainty is reasonable doubt or merely strategic confusion. When uncertainty remains, the case becomes enduring. Transition: the chemist's world meets true crime. Chloroform sits at the center of this book's themes because it connects every strand. Modern medicine and modern fear. Professional supply and domestic access. Regulation and its limits. Expertise and contested proof. Privacy, vulnerability, and suspicion. In the Victorian era, progress arrived in bottles. Some were mercy. Some were danger. Chloroform taught society that the difference could be difficult to measure, and harder to prove once the body was gone. Chapter 12, Poison Panic, Scandal, Reform, and the Public Demand for Safety. Victorian regulation did not tighten in a calm, linear way. It tightened in waves. A quiet death would be reported. A courtroom would fill. Newspapers would carry daily coverage. The public would absorb the details with a mixture of fascination and unease. Then, once the verdict was delivered, whether conviction, acquittal, or unresolved doubt, something lingered, a sense that ordinary life contained hidden dangers, and that the existing safeguards were not enough. This was poison panic in its Victorian form. It was not constant hysteria. It was episodic fear shaped by public stories of harm and the uncomfortable realization that harm could be accomplished without spectacle. The chemist's shop sat inside this cycle. It was both part of the reassurance, professional supply, labeled bottles, registers, and part of the threat, access to powerful substances within a few steps of the street. Why poison produced a particular fear. Victorian society lived with many dangers. Work accidents were common. Infectious disease was common. Child mortality was common. Violence existed in public and private life. Poison provoked a different kind of fear because it challenged the moral expectation that wrongdoing should be visible. Poison could be administered through care. It could be hidden inside routine. It could occur in the home, precisely the place Victorian culture idealized as safe, moral, and orderly. It could be accomplished without a struggle, without a scream, without a witness. This invisibility made poison more than a method of harm. It made poison a symbolic threat to trust, trust within marriage, trust within caregiving, trust within domestic routine. When trust is threatened, public anxiety follows quickly. The role of newspapers. Newspapers did not merely report poison cases. They shaped them. Court reporting offered narrative structure: the suspect, the victim, the suspicious purchase, the hidden bottle, the expert dispute, the moral implications. The press helped the public imagine how poison could be used, and by doing so it intensified the sense that such use was plausible. This created a feedback loop. A poison case drew attention. Attention increased fear and fascination. Fear increased pressure for control. Pressure produced regulatory debate and reform. Reform increased public awareness of poisons as a category. Awareness made the next case feel even more alarming. The press was not solely responsible for panic, but it provided the machinery through which private tragedy became public lesson. It also provided the machinery through which the chemist became a figure in crime storytelling. The counter, the poison book, the label, the signature, these details became familiar to readers precisely because they appeared repeatedly in trial narratives. Moral stories in chemical clothing. Victorian poison reporting often carried moral subtext even when presented as facts. It asked readers to interpret domestic life as either stable or corrupted. Certain themes recurred. The household with secrets. The wife whose role as caregiver became suspicious. The servant who might have been bribed or coerced. The respectable facade hiding private disorder. The educated man using knowledge for harm. The danger of modern chemicals in ordinary hands. These themes mattered because they shaped what reform looked like. If poison was framed primarily as a matter of vice and moral collapse, the response tended toward punishment and control. If poison was framed as a matter of accident and ignorance, the response tended toward education and safety improvements. Victorian society oscillated between these frames, sometimes holding both at once. Regulatory reform as public reassurance. When the public demands safety, the state is often compelled to respond, even if the response cannot eliminate risk. Victorian poison regulation reforms functioned partly as practical safety measures and partly as public reassurance. Lists, registers, labeling requirements, and restrictions signaled that the state was paying attention. They also signaled that modernity could still be managed, that chemical progress did not have to mean chemical chaos. The chemistry itself did not comfort people. The system around chemistry did. But reassurance systems have limits. If a sensational case demonstrated that poison could still be obtained and administered without clear proof, the public could interpret that as failure. In such moments, reform became not simply a policy question but a symbolic repair, an attempt to restore the public's belief that danger could be contained. The chemist as a symbolic problem and solution. The chemist's shop occupied an unusual position in poison panic. It could be seen as the source of danger and the mechanism for control. A fearful public might ask, why is this substance available at all? Why can a person walk into a shop and buy something so powerful? Why is it sold on the high street? At the same time, the same public relied on chemists for relief and access. Chemists were often more available than doctors, more discreet, and more affordable. This contradiction shaped reform. Victorian law rarely attempted to eliminate access entirely. It attempted to constrain it through professional responsibility and documentation. The chemist became both a target of suspicion and an agent of safety. That dual role placed pressure on chemists to present themselves as respectable, careful, and regulated. It also encouraged the profession to support tighter standards as a way to reinforce legitimacy. Public education and the limits of what could be said. Poison panic often led to calls for public education, clearer labels, better warnings, improved household storage practices. Yet Victorian culture also restricted what could be spoken about openly, particularly in matters tied to reproduction and sexual health. This produced an uneven landscape. Some dangers could be discussed publicly as safety issues. Other dangers were pushed into silence by moral policing. The result was an environment where the state could encourage caution about poisons in the abstract while still allowing many potent products to circulate under euphemistic marketing. Public education was strongest where moral pressure allowed it and weakest where morality demanded silence. This unevenness mattered because it shaped who was protected. The more easily a danger could be named, the more easily the public could be warned. Where language became coded, the risk became harder to address openly. The persistence of the domestic gap. Even as law tightened, the central vulnerability remained: domestic space. The state could regulate sale. It could regulate labeling. It could regulate record-keeping. It could regulate who could dispense. It could not easily regulate what happened behind closed doors. The home remained a space of private administration. It remained a space where medicines and household chemicals were stored. It remained a space where caregiving occurred without witnesses. It remained a space where routine objects could become instruments of harm. Victorian poison panic was therefore partly the fear of the domestic gap, the knowledge that official controls stopped at the threshold of the front door. This gap meant that reform was always incomplete. It could reduce risk. It could make wrongdoing harder. It could improve investigation after the fact. It could not remove the possibility of secret harm within private life. Expert disagreement as fuel for panic. Nothing intensifies public unease like experts disagreeing in public. When doctors and chemists conflicted in testimony, when toxicologists disputed interpretation, when pathways remained uncertain, the courtroom became a demonstration of science's limits. The public did not necessarily interpret this as normal scientific debate. It could interpret it as incompetence, confusion, or unreliability. This perception mattered because the Victorian state relied increasingly on scientific authority to justify regulation. If scientific authority appeared unstable, public anxiety increased. If a trial concluded without certainty, the public could come away with the sense that modern danger was not only present but ungovernable. In such moments, calls for reform grew louder. Yet reform could not fix the underlying reality, that proof in poison cases often requires a complete chain of evidence that domestic life does not provide. The professional response, standards and self-policing. Professional pharmacy responded to poison panic not only through compliance with law but through efforts to strengthen its image. Standards were promoted. Qualifications were emphasized. The difference between the professional chemist and the unqualified seller was sharpened. The profession positioned itself as part of the solution: trained gatekeepers, responsible record keepers, disciplined suppliers. This was partly genuine public safety work and partly institutional self-interest. Professional legitimacy depends on public trust. Poison scandals threatened trust. Strengthening standards helped restore it. This interplay between public safety and professional reputation is a recurring theme in drug regulation history. The Victorian chemist's professionalization cannot be separated from the public sphere. Poison panic as a feature of modernity. There is a broader historical point. Poison panic was not an anomaly. It was a symptom of the modern world forming. As societies industrialize, they produce new forms of risk. Chemical production expands. Consumer markets expand. Domestic life becomes saturated with products that require specialized knowledge to use safely. Regulation emerges as a response, but regulation always lags behind innovation. Victorian poison panic was part of this lag. It was society noticing, in bursts, that modern progress had created modern vulnerabilities. It was the public becoming aware that the boundary between medicine and danger was not fixed by moral certainty, but by systems, and systems could fail. Transition, the case files and the shop counter. Public panic and regulatory tightening become most visible when traced through real cases, not as sensational stories, but as examples of how the system behaved under stress. In the Victorian era, safety was increasingly built from paperwork. Poison panic was the moment society realized how much depended on the people holding the pen. Chapter 13, After Death, Inquests, Paper Trails, and the Reconstruction of a Household. When a Victorian death became suspicious, the first work of justice was not dramatic. It was administrative. A body had to be identified. A doctor had to be consulted. A coroner had to decide whether an inquest was necessary. Witnesses had to be summoned. Statements had to be taken. Objects had to be collected. A household's private routine had to be converted into a sequence of events that could be spoken aloud in public. This conversion, life into record, was where many poison cases were shaped long before they reached a jury. The Victorian inquest was not merely a preliminary hearing. It was a mechanism for turning uncertainty into structured inquiry. It gathered fragments: who was present, what was administered, what the deceased ate and drank, what bottles existed in the home, what purchases were made, what symptoms were noticed, what words were spoken in the sickroom. It attempted to do what the household itself could not do in the moment of crisis: observe clearly. The difficulty was that the household was not a laboratory. It was not built to preserve evidence. The coroner's role, a public answer to a private event. The coroner occupied a distinctive position in Victorian life. The coroner's task was not to prosecute. It was to decide whether a death required public examination, and if so, to provide a formal process by which that examination could occur. This function mattered because it treated certain deaths not as family matters but as social matters. A suspicious death suggested risk beyond the individual, risk of crime, risk of negligence, risk of dangerous substances circulating unchecked. The inquest was society's way of insisting that private tragedy might have public consequences. In poison suspicions, the coroner's work was often the first step in converting the invisible into something that could be discussed. It created a forum in which a domestic environment, normally protected by privacy and respectability, could be questioned. The inquest did not promise certainty. It promised procedure. The house as evidence scene. Modern crime storytelling often imagines a scene preserved, taped off, controlled. Victorian reality was different. When a person fell gravely ill or died at home, the home remained a living space. People moved. People cleaned. People cooked. People tried to help. Servants continued their work. Family members wept, argued, prayed, or panicked. Objects were touched. Bottles were handled. Sheets were changed. This made later reconstruction difficult. By the time an inquest began, the household had often already altered the scene in normal attempts at care and dignity. Yet investigators still asked the home to function as evidence. They wanted to know where medicines were kept, which bottles were present, which bottles were used, what spoons or glasses were involved, who prepared mixtures, who administered them, and who was alone with the sick person. The home became a map of access. Cupboards became points of interest. Kitchens and bedside tables became sites of scrutiny. The inquest, in practice, often depended on what could be remembered rather than what could be preserved. Witnesses under pressure. Inquests relied heavily on witness testimony, and in poison cases that testimony was frequently fragile. Witnesses might include family members who were emotionally distressed, servants who feared blame, neighbors who heard fragments and repeated them imperfectly, doctors who saw the patient briefly and reconstructed symptoms from notes, chemists who supplied products and tried to recall routine transactions, caretakers who administered remedies under instruction. Each witness carried limitations. Memory is imperfect even in calm conditions. Under stress, it becomes more so. People fill gaps unconsciously. They adopt the language of others. They reshape events to protect themselves. They omit details they fear will look suspicious. They emphasize details they believe will prove their innocence or their care. This does not require dishonesty to occur. It is simply how humans behave when grief and fear enter the room. The coroner's court attempted to stabilize these accounts by placing them into a formal record. But a formal record is still a record of human recall. What the paper trail could and could not do. Victorian poison investigations leaned heavily on paper because paper offered something bodies and memories often could not, a sense of fixed reference. Chemists' registers could show purchases. Doctors' notes could show observations. Letters could reveal relationships and tensions. Household bills could indicate what was bought. Employment records could establish who lived where and who had access. These documents could narrow possibilities. They could establish timelines. They could identify who was in position to obtain and supply substances. They could expose lies when someone's account conflicted with recorded facts. But paper trails could also mislead. A purchase record established purchase, not use. A letter established a relationship, not an act. A bill established acquisition, not administration. The paper trail could create a compelling narrative that still fell short of proving the central question, how a poison entered the body at the critical moment. This limitation is central to why so many Victorian poison cases remain unresolved in the public imagination. They generate evidence that feels strong, but not strong enough to cross the final legal threshold. The domestic chain of access. Inquests repeatedly returned to the same structural problem, access inside the home. Once a substance entered a household, many people might have contact with it. A bottle purchased by one person might be handled by another. A servant might fetch it. A spouse might administer it. A visitor might see it. A sick person might reach for it without telling anyone. Domestic life creates what can be called a diffusion of responsibility. The household runs on shared labor. Shared labor means shared access. Shared access means that identifying a single responsible hand can be difficult, particularly when the act being investigated is quiet and can be disguised as care. The coroner's court tried to reduce diffusion into clarity by asking granular questions. Who kept the key? Who had permission to open the cupboard? Who mixed the medicine? Who poured the drink? Who washed the glass? Who was present at each administration? Was anyone alone with the deceased? These questions often felt invasive. They also felt necessary. In poison cases, the home's intimacy became the obstacle and the reason for scrutiny. The act, if criminal, was likely to have occurred precisely because the home allowed it. The problem of ordinary symptoms. Many poison cases began not with dramatic collapse but with ordinary illness. Victorian households were familiar with vomiting, weakness, stomach pain, confusion, and decline. Infectious disease and digestive illness were common. Food contamination occurred. Chronic conditions worsened unpredictably. A sick person might deteriorate for reasons unrelated to poison. This meant that early symptoms in poison cases were often interpreted as ordinary. People administered familiar remedies. They waited. They hoped the illness would pass. Only when death occurred or the pattern seemed unusual did suspicion arise. By then, evidence could be compromised, and memory could be shaped by hindsight. Witnesses might reread ordinary symptoms as warning signs. Doctors might reconsider initial assumptions. The household might be accused of delay or concealment. The inquest attempted to disentangle this, what was seen at the time versus what was interpreted later. But the act of questioning itself changes memory. When asked repeatedly whether something seemed odd, witnesses may begin to perceive oddness they did not initially recognize. The record becomes a negotiation between immediate experience and retrospective meaning. The professional triangle: coroner, doctor, chemist. Victorian poison investigations often rested on a triangle of professional roles. The coroner, who structured inquiry. The doctor, who interpreted symptoms and body. The chemist, who connected substances to purchase and supply. Each role carried different authority. Each role also carried different vulnerabilities. Doctors disagreed. Chemists could not always recall. Coroners depended on what others told them. None of these roles could directly observe what happened inside a closed household. This dependence created an environment where certainty was always partial. The coroner could gather evidence, but the evidence could still point in multiple directions. The doctor could identify poison, but not always pathway. The chemist could identify purchase, but not administration. What emerged was often a picture of possibility rather than proof. The jury at the inquest and the language of verdicts. Inquests often concluded with a verdict. The language of verdicts mattered because it shaped what happened next. A verdict could suggest natural causes. It could suggest accident. It could suggest misadventure. It could suggest suicide. It could suggest murder. It could also leave questions open through more cautious phrasing. Victorian verdict language frequently reflected uncertainty. Coroners and inquest juries sometimes preferred verdicts that acknowledged suspicious circumstances without asserting a specific perpetrator unless evidence was stronger. This caution was practical. A premature accusation could damage lives and reputation. It could also jeopardize later prosecution by locking inquiry into a narrative too early. At the same time, public and press attention often demanded firmer conclusions. A vague verdict could be read as failure. The inquest thus operated under a dual pressure, to remain cautious and to appear decisive. This pressure shaped the tone of many poison inquiries. They could feel simultaneously thorough and unsatisfying. From inquest to prosecution. Not every inquest led to prosecution. In many cases, suspicion remained but proof did not cohere. When prosecution did occur, the inquest record became the foundation. Statements taken early could later be used to test consistency. Contradictions could be exploited. Early medical opinions could be compared to later expert testimony. The inquest could become a rehearsal for trial. This is why inquests were so important in the Victorian system. They were not merely administrative formalities. They were the first stage where private life was translated into legal narrative. And narrative matters. Once a story begins to form, who seems suspicious, what seems odd, what seems plausible, it can shape every later interpretation of evidence. The fragility of the first record. The first record of a suspicious death carries disproportionate power. It sets the timeline. It sets the initial interpretation of symptoms. It establishes who is seen as central. It determines which objects are collected and which are ignored. If the first record is incomplete or biased, later correction can be difficult. If early assumptions harden into public narrative, even contradictory evidence may struggle to change perception. Victorian poison cases often demonstrate this phenomenon: the early framing of the death, the early suspicion of a particular person, the early emphasis on certain motives. The inquest might be cautious, but newspapers and gossip could build a more dramatic story almost immediately. The historian must therefore treat early records with both respect and caution. They are valuable. They are also vulnerable to the conditions under which they were created. Transition, the case that shows the limits. The Victorian chemist's world, registers, labels, professional roles, coded commerce, was built to make chemical danger traceable. The inquest was built to convert domestic uncertainty into public inquiry. And yet some cases demonstrated, with brutal clarity, that traceability is not the same as proof. In the Victorian world, the paper trail could lead investigators to the threshold of truth, and still leave them standing outside the locked door of certainty. Chapter 14, Detection Without Demonstration, Why Some Poison Mysteries Endure. Victorian toxicology could sometimes answer the first question. It could not always answer the second. The first question is what was in the body. The second question is how did it get there. In poison cases, the difference between these questions is the difference between suspicion and conviction. It is also the difference between a death that can be closed as a solved crime and a death that becomes an enduring mystery. By the 1880s, chemical detection had advanced enough to identify certain substances with growing confidence. This scientific progress fed public expectation. People came to believe that science could reveal hidden truth. When a poison was found, it felt as though the case should be resolved. Yet in many cases, the discovery of poison did not produce certainty. It produced a new kind of uncertainty, a sense that the truth was visible and still unreachable. Proof is a chain, not a fact. Poison trials require a chain of proof. A single fact, poison present, rarely closes the case on its own. The chain typically needs several links. A substance that could cause death. Evidence that the substance was obtained. Evidence that the accused had access to it. Evidence that the substance was administered to the deceased. Evidence that administration was intentional rather than accidental or self-inflicted. Evidence that no alternative explanation is reasonably probable. Each link can be disputed. Each link can carry ambiguity. The strength of a poison case is the strength of the chain. A chain with one weak link can fail under legal scrutiny. Victorian poison mysteries endured because the chain often broke at the same point: administration. It is one thing to establish purchase and presence. It is another to establish who delivered the substance into the body at the critical moment. Domestic space creates ambiguity. The Victorian home was a perfect environment for ambiguity because it was a place where administration of substances was normal. People took medicines at home. Caregivers mixed drafts. Servants brought drinks. Meals were prepared in kitchens beyond the view of guests. Sick rooms were private. Household routines often occurred without witnesses outside the family or staff. This meant that poison could be administered in a way that appeared routine. It also meant that many alternative explanations could be raised. Accidental ingestion. Confusion between bottles. Misuse of a legitimate remedy. Self-administration. Negligence in storage. A different household member acting without others' knowledge. The home is not a controlled environment, and Victorian law could not easily penetrate its privacy without evidence strong enough to justify scrutiny. When strong evidence did arrive, it often arrived too late to preserve an uncontaminated record of domestic action. Time works against certainty. In many cases, suspicion did not arise immediately. Early symptoms could look like ordinary illness. By the time a doctor suspected poison, days might have passed. Objects might have been cleaned. Food and drink might have been thrown away. Bottles might have been moved. The sick person's last meals might not be recalled accurately. The first accounts might be shaped by confusion and fear. Time erodes evidence, and poison cases are especially vulnerable to that erosion because the act itself is quiet and can be disguised as care. Victorian investigations were therefore often reconstructive rather than observational. They attempted to recover the past from fragments, and fragments rarely produce certainty. Science reveals substance, not story. Victorian science could reveal the presence of a substance. It could not always reveal the story of its use. This distinction mattered because courts do not punish substances, they punish acts. The law requires a narrative of action, who did what when, and with what intention. Toxicology did not automatically provide that narrative. Even when experts could testify that a poison was present, they might still struggle to answer whether the poison was ingested, inhaled, or otherwise introduced, whether it was administered in one dose or multiple exposures, whether the timing aligned with witness accounts, whether the symptoms were uniquely consistent with that poison, whether the poison could have come from a legitimate product or accidental exposure. Expert disagreement amplified this problem. When experts offered different interpretations, the jury was forced to decide between authorities. The defense did not need to provide a complete alternative story. It could simply argue that science had not established the prosecution's story beyond doubt. The result was a paradox. Science made poison cases possible, but science also created doubt when it exposed its own limits. The misleading comfort of motive. When the act cannot be seen, motive becomes seductive. Prosecutors and newspapers often relied on motive narratives to fill the invisible gap between purchase and death. If the accused had an apparent reason to kill, money, resentment, scandal, escape, then the presence of poison could be interpreted as deliberate. But motive does not supply the missing link. A person can have motive and still be innocent. A person can be disliked and still not be a murderer. In Victorian society, where marriage could be oppressive and domestic unhappiness common, motive narratives could be constructed from ordinary tensions. This is why poison mysteries endure even when the public feels convinced of guilt. The law demands proof of act, not proof of unpleasantness. When proof of administration fails, motive becomes public story rather than legal conclusion. The problem of multiple hands. One of the most persistent features of Victorian poison cases is the presence of multiple hands in the household. A sick person might be attended by a spouse, a servant, a nurse, a visitor, a doctor, a child or relative assisting. Each hand could bring a glass. Each hand could administer a draught. Each hand could access cupboards depending on household arrangement. Even when one person was primary caregiver, others could still enter and leave, sometimes with limited supervision. This creates a structural difficulty. Even if the court suspects one person, the existence of other plausible administrators can generate doubt. Victorian households were also often hierarchical. Servants might not feel free to challenge instructions or report suspicions. Family members might close ranks to protect reputation. People might omit details to avoid blame for negligence. The result is that household testimony is often incomplete, not always deceitfully, but protectively. The respectability shield. Respectability could protect suspects and obscure evidence. A respected person might be believed more easily. Their explanations might be accepted as plausible. Their emotional performance might be read as genuine. Their access to substances might be framed as ordinary professional or domestic practice rather than suspicious procurement. Conversely, those without respectability, servants, poorer relatives, socially marginal figures, could be suspected more readily, sometimes with less evidence. This bias shaped investigations and trials. It could result in misdirection, where inquiry focused on a socially plausible suspect rather than the most likely chain of access. It could also result in lingering mystery, where social status prevented the kind of invasive questioning that might have produced clarity. Victorian justice was shaped by the same social structures as Victorian daily life. The forensic fragility of certain substances. Not all poisons behave the same in evidence. Some leave stable traces. Some degrade. Some are difficult to detect depending on timing and sample quality. Some can appear in small amounts that are hard to interpret, especially when substances are used legitimately in medical settings. This forensic fragility matters because poison cases often depend on precise interpretation. If a substance can be detected but not measured or contextualized with confidence, then the case becomes vulnerable to doubt. Defense counsel could exploit these uncertainties. They could argue contamination, misinterpretation, alternative sources, or limits of method. In an era when forensic science was still consolidating, such arguments could be persuasive. The result was that some cases produced strong suspicion without strong legal proof. The coroner's verdict as a container for uncertainty. When proof did not cohere, the inquest verdict could become a container for uncertainty. A coroner's jury might acknowledge that poison was present and that circumstances were suspicious, but still avoid accusing a specific individual without clear evidence. This caution could be criticized by the public as weakness. It was often, in fact, a recognition of the limits of what could be proven. Such verdicts contributed to enduring mystery. The official record did not settle the story, leaving newspapers, gossip, and later writers to fill the gap. In these cases, the mystery did not endure because Victorians lacked curiosity. It endured because their systems of proof could not close the chain. Why modern readers still feel the gap. Modern forensic culture encourages the belief that science can answer everything if only evidence is preserved and examined properly. Victorian cases can be unsettling because they remind readers that evidence is not always preserved, that private life is difficult to reconstruct, and that proof depends on more than detection. Some Victorian poison cases would likely remain difficult even today if the same evidence limitations applied. Modern laboratories can do more, but they still require samples, context, and chain of custody integrity. Domestic privacy remains a barrier. Human behavior remains unpredictable. What endures is not just the chemical puzzle. It is the structural puzzle, how to prove an invisible act in a private space. Transition, the chemist's world beyond crime. Poison mysteries are only one lens through which to view Victorian chemical life. They reveal the limits of regulation and the fragility of proof, but they can distort the everyday function of the chemist's shop if treated as the whole story. The next chapter widens back out to the ordinary, the day-to-day realities of chemists and customers, the routines of supply, the pressures of competition, the slow standardization of practice, and the way pharmacy became embedded as a modern institution. It returns to the quiet truth beneath the drama. Most chemical transactions were not criminal, yet the same system that delivered relief also created the conditions in which rare crimes could be possible, and difficult to prove. In the Victorian world, a poison could be detected, named, and still refuse to tell the full story of how it crossed the threshold from bottle to body. Chapter 15, Ordinary Days, Trade, Routine, and the Chemistry of Daily Life. Most Victorian chemists did not spend their days thinking about murder. They spent their days weighing powders, filling bottles, writing labels, answering questions, and managing the steady flow of minor misery that came through the door. For every sensational poison case that reached a newspaper column, there were thousands of ordinary transactions that never became public record: a mother seeking something for a child's cough, a laborer asking for a liniment, an elderly woman requesting a digestive powder, a clerk buying a tonic for fatigue, a servant sent with a note for household supplies. This ordinariness matters because it explains why poison regulation could never be absolute. The chemist's shop was a practical institution embedded in daily life. It was relied upon. It was normal. It was, for many people, the closest thing to accessible healthcare. If one wants to understand why Victorian pharmacy became central to both public safety and private vulnerability, one must begin here, with routine. The shop as a working space. A Victorian chemist's shop was part retail space, part workshop. Behind the counter, the work was repetitive and precise. Measurements mattered. Containers had to be clean. Labels had to be legible. Ingredients had to be stored properly. The shop's appearance, orderly shelves, neat drawers, glass jars, was not only aesthetic. It was a performance of competence. Customers expected the shop to feel scientific even when they could not judge the science itself. They wanted reassurance that what they bought was prepared with care rather than guesswork. This is why the shop's physical structure mattered. The counter maintained distance. It protected stock. It reinforced authority. It required customers to ask rather than simply take. It made the chemist the mediator between need and supply. In a world where many purchases could be potent, mediation was a form of safety. The pressure of volume. Routine was not always calm. In busy districts, chemists could serve large numbers of customers. Requests could be constant. The chemist might have to handle multiple tasks at once: dispensing, advising, recording controlled sales, managing suppliers, dealing with staff, and maintaining the shop's order. Under such conditions, mistakes could occur: misread handwriting, mismeasured ingredients, labels written hastily, bottles placed in the wrong location. Regulation assumes calm conditions. Daily trade does not always provide them. This is one reason Victorian pharmacy reform placed increasing emphasis on training and standardization. As chemical trade expanded, it demanded systems that could withstand human fatigue. But in the 1880s, pharmacy was still often a small business run by individuals whose diligence varied. A careful chemist could still be exhausted. An exhausted chemist could still be careful, but the margin for error narrowed under pressure. The customer's expectations. Customers did not enter the shop as passive recipients. They came with expectations shaped by advertising, family habit, and community advice. Some arrived asking for specific products by name, especially branded preparations. Others arrived describing symptoms and seeking guidance. Many had already tried something at home. Many had opinions about what worked. Some wanted confirmation rather than genuine advice. The chemist therefore operated in a negotiation, not a lecture. He could recommend, but the customer could refuse. He could caution, but the customer could insist. He could suggest moderation, but the customer could return repeatedly for the same remedy. In this way, consumer behavior shaped chemical risk. Regulation could restrict certain items, but much of the day-to-day trade involved substances that were not tightly controlled yet could still cause harm if misused. Familiarity and the erosion of caution. One of the most subtle dangers in any regulated environment is familiarity. A chemist might be strict with strangers and casual with regular customers. A familiar face can feel like verification. A repeated pattern of purchases can become normal. The chemist might stop asking questions because the transaction has occurred dozens of times without visible consequence. This is how risk becomes embedded. When nothing goes wrong for a long time, people assume nothing will go wrong. Caution becomes an inconvenience rather than a necessity. The poison book was designed to resist this erosion by forcing documentation even for familiar customers. But documentation itself could become routine. A signature might be accepted without scrutiny. An address might be written quickly. An introduction might be assumed rather than confirmed. The system was only as strong as the habits it produced. The servant as messenger and the problem of proxy purchases. Servants were often sent to chemists' shops with instructions. This was an ordinary part of household management. It also created complications for control. A servant might purchase medicine for a household without fully understanding its purpose. A servant might be told only the name of the item. A servant might relay questions imperfectly. A servant might sign a register entry on behalf of an employer. A servant might, in some cases, be used as a proxy for purchases that the purchaser preferred not to be personally associated with. This proxy system made the chemist's role harder. It introduced uncertainty about who truly wanted the substance. It also reinforced class hierarchies. A servant's name might appear in a register for a substance controlled by a wealthier household. In investigations, this could muddy responsibility. A purchase record might point to a servant, but the intention and control might lie elsewhere. The chemist's routine practice, accepting household messenger purchases, could become evidence in a later inquiry, even when it was originally conducted as a normal service. Credit, loyalty, and competition. Chemists were businesses. They depended on customers. They operated in competitive markets. They sometimes offered credit to trusted customers. They cultivated loyalty. They survived through repeat trade. This commercial reality shaped their behavior. A chemist who refused too many requests might lose customers. A chemist who questioned customers too aggressively might be disliked. A chemist who appeared too moralizing might harm business. At the same time, a chemist who was too permissive could risk scandal or legal trouble. The balance was delicate. The ideal chemist in reform rhetoric was responsible and cautious. The chemist in the marketplace had to be responsible and commercially viable. This tension is part of why Victorian regulation did not always translate into consistent practice. The state could require compliance, but it could not remove the economic incentives that encouraged pliability. The rise of standardization. Despite these pressures, the 19th century did move toward greater standardization in pharmacy. Standardization can be understood as the attempt to reduce the role of individual habit and memory. It includes clearer professional training, consistent measures and formulations, improved labeling norms, better storage practices, stronger expectations around record-keeping, clearer boundaries between qualified sellers and others. Standardization was not simply a technical improvement. It was a cultural shift. It asked chemists to think of themselves as part of a profession with obligations beyond the individual shop. It asked customers to accept that some requests would be mediated by rules rather than by personal favor. This shift did not occur evenly. Rural areas, poorer districts, and small businesses could lag behind. But the movement towards standardized practice was one of the late 19th century's defining features. It was a response to risk. It was also a response to the growing complexity of chemical commerce. The unspoken reality: most transactions were safe. It is easy, when writing about poison, to create the impression that Victorian medicine was a roulette wheel. It was not. Most transactions did not cause harm. Most medicines provided at least some relief. Most chemists did their work carefully. Most customers used remedies in ordinary ways. The chemist's shop improved daily life for many people. It reduced suffering. It offered practical access when doctors were scarce or expensive. This is important because it explains why the system persisted despite scandals. The public did not want to abolish chemists. They wanted chemists to be safer. They wanted regulation to address rare harms without destroying ordinary benefits. The chemist shop was therefore both a public good and a public anxiety point. It delivered relief and reminded society that relief could be dangerous. How ordinary life generates extraordinary cases. Even if most transactions were safe, the structure of ordinary life created the conditions for rare crimes. A household kept medicines for ordinary reasons. Those medicines created access. Access created possibility. Possibility created the potential for misuse. And when misuse occurred, the same domestic routines that made medication normal also made wrongdoing harder to detect. This is the structural foundation of Victorian poison mysteries. Availability without spectacle. Domestic administration as routine. Privacy as protection and concealment. Record-keeping that traces purchase but not use. Scientific detection that identifies substance but not story. The ordinary world produced the extraordinary case not by constant danger but by occasional alignment, motive, access, privacy, and opportunity converging in a way the system could not always resolve. Transition, from the shop to the street. To understand Victorian pharmacy fully, it is necessary to widen beyond the shop interior and consider the social landscape around it, how neighborhoods shaped trade, how local gossip shaped reputation, how police interacted with chemists, and how public health concerns influenced what people bought. In Victorian cities, the chemist's shop was not merely a place of medicine. It was a place where private suffering passed in front of public eyes, quietly, daily, and with just enough visibility to become dangerous when tragedy demanded the ordinary be reconsidered. Chapter 16: The Chemist on the Corner, Neighborhoods, Gossip, and Informal Surveillance. Victorian regulation relied on registers, schedules, and professional standards. Victorian reality relied just as much on neighbors. The 19th century city was dense with observation. People lived close together. Shop fronts faced the street. Servants carried messages and parcels. Women shopped daily for food and household necessities. Children ran errands. Public houses and churches gathered talk. News traveled quickly, and it traveled with embellishment. In this environment, a chemist's shop was not only a supplier of goods. It was a local institution positioned at a point where private discomfort became briefly public. A person might hide a problem from neighbors, but they still had to walk into a shop to buy what they needed. The counter became a brief exposure, a moment where someone else saw them, heard their request, noted their tone, and perhaps remembered it later. This local visibility created a form of informal surveillance, uneven, biased, and often unreliable, but culturally powerful. The chemist was part of it, whether he wanted to be or not. The shopkeeper as community memory. Victorian shopkeepers functioned as community memory. They recognized faces. They saw patterns. They observed who came alone, who sent servants, who paid regularly, who requested the same items repeatedly, who appeared anxious, who avoided eye contact, who lingered. A chemist, in particular, could acquire knowledge that was socially sensitive. Customers might not share their stories openly, but their purchases could signal illness, pregnancy, addiction, or household trouble. The chemist might not know the details, but he could notice changes. This knowledge created power. It also created obligation. In a community where reputation mattered, a chemist could become a quiet custodian of secrets. He could preserve discretion, or he could feed gossip. He could be careful in speech, or he could be careless. The difference mattered because gossip could damage lives. Many chemists likely understood this. Their business depended on trust. A chemist known to talk would lose customers. Discretion was not only moral, it was commercial. And yet, no shop exists outside talk. Even a discreet chemist could become part of community narrative if a scandal erupted and the police began asking questions. Gossip as a form of social control. Victorian gossip was not merely entertainment. It was a mechanism of social regulation. Communities used gossip to enforce norms: how women should behave, how servants should behave, how wives should care for husbands, how respectable households should appear. Gossip punished deviation. It also served as warning. People learned what was tolerated by watching what was mocked. When medicine enters gossip, it often does so through moral framing. A woman seeking female remedies could be interpreted as ill or as immoral, depending on the storyteller. A man buying sedatives could be seen as fragile or as vice-ridden. A household making frequent purchases could be seen as unlucky or suspicious. The chemist's shop was one of the few places where such patterns could be glimpsed. Not everyone went to the doctor. Almost everyone went to shops. In this sense, the chemist's counter was not only a commercial boundary. It was a social boundary where vulnerability was visible. The police and the chemist's counter. Formal policing interacted with this informal surveillance. When a suspicious death occurred, police and coroners often approached chemists because chemists were natural evidence points. They asked, "Did this person buy anything recently? Did anyone buy a controlled poison? Was there an entry in the poison book? Did anything about the purchase seem unusual?" Chemists, therefore, could become reluctant participants in investigations. Their shop records could be subpoenaed or inspected. Their memories could be tested in court. Their discretion could be overridden by legal necessity. This dynamic changed the meaning of the chemist's knowledge. What was once private and commercial could become public and evidentiary. The threat of becoming involved in police inquiry encouraged chemists to adhere to rules, not only because rules protected customers, but because rules protected the chemist. A well-kept register could defend against accusations of carelessness. A poorly kept register could invite scrutiny. In this way, legal systems leaned on shopkeeping systems, turning everyday commerce into potential evidence. Neighborhood difference, dense streets, different risks. Not all neighborhoods produced the same patterns of observation. In crowded, poorer districts, visibility could be intense. People lived close. Servants and neighbors shared spaces. A person's movements were harder to hide. At the same time, official attention could be inconsistent, and the sheer volume of hardship could normalize suffering. Frequent illness in a household might draw pity rather than suspicion. In wealthier districts, privacy could be stronger. Houses were larger. Servants insulated households. Respectability offered protection. Yet this privacy could also conceal. A household's internal tensions might be invisible until something dramatic occurred. The chemist's shop bridged these worlds. In wealthier districts, it could function as a discreet supplier with a clientele sensitive to reputation. In poorer districts, it could function as a practical health station, a place where small ailments were managed because formal care was out of reach. In both settings, the chemist observed. But what he observed, and what it meant, varied. Servants as social vectors. Servants were often the carriers of information in Victorian neighborhoods. They ran errands. They visited shops. They spoke with other servants. They exchanged news. They saw their employers' private lives from the inside and carried fragments of that knowledge into public space. A chemist's shop, again, was part of this servant network. A servant sent to purchase a tonic, a sedative, or a poison could become a node in the flow of information. Even if the servant did not understand the product's purpose, the very act of buying something repeatedly could prompt talk. This is how private households became vulnerable to public narrative, not necessarily through deliberate betrayal, but through the ordinary social life of those who moved between private and public worlds. In scandal cases, servants' testimony could be crucial. Their observations could confirm routines or expose contradictions. But servants were also vulnerable witnesses. Their employment depended on reputation. Their futures could be damaged by involvement in scandal. They could be pressured, bribed, or dismissed. Their testimony could be questioned on the basis of class prejudice. The Victorian courtroom often treated servant evidence with ambivalence. It needed it, and it mistrusted it. The street's memory and the afterlife of a case. When a poison case became public, it did not remain confined to the courtroom. It entered the street. Neighbors remembered details, sometimes accurately, sometimes not. Shopkeepers recalled customers. People reinterpreted past encounters in light of what they now knew. A woman's quiet purchase months earlier could become sinister in hindsight. A man's illness could be redescribed as suspicious. A household's routine could be reimagined as staged. This retrospective reinterpretation is part of why poison cases were so socially corrosive. They did not only destroy the immediate household. They altered the community's trust. They taught neighbors to look at each other differently. A chemist in such a community could find himself re-evaluating his own memory. Did that purchase stand out? Should it have? Did he miss something? Did he ask enough questions? Poison cases therefore fed professional anxiety. They also fed community anxiety. They made people suspicious of ordinary transactions. Informal surveillance as a biased system. Informal surveillance is never neutral. It is shaped by prejudice. Victorian communities judged people through class, gender, and respectability. A wealthy person could behave strangely and still be treated as eccentric. A poor person could behave normally and still be treated as suspicious. A woman could be judged harshly for independence. A servant could be blamed easily. The chemist's shop participated in these biases because it was part of the community. The chemist might trust certain customers more readily. He might question others. He might interpret anxiety differently depending on who displayed it. This bias shaped access and evidence. It could determine which transactions were scrutinized and which passed unquestioned. It could determine who was remembered as odd and who was remembered as ordinary. In investigations, bias could become fatal to truth. It could direct suspicion toward plausible social villains rather than toward the actual chain of events. It could also protect those who looked respectable. Victorian poison regulation attempted to replace bias with procedure. But procedure never fully escapes the humans performing it. The chemist's quiet ethical problem. A chemist who notices a troubling pattern faces an ethical dilemma. Does he intervene? Does he refuse? Does he ask questions? Does he say nothing? In the 19th century, the boundaries of professional responsibility were still forming. A chemist was not always treated as a clinician. He was a supplier and advisor. Refusal could be justified for controlled poisons, but for many remedies, refusal could be difficult to defend without insulting the customer. Intervention could damage trust. Silence could enable harm. This dilemma remains recognizable today in different forms, but in Victorian life it had a particular intensity because the chemist's counter was often the most accessible point of care. A chemist could be the only person in a community with enough knowledge to notice risk. Yet he was also constrained by commerce, social norms, and the fear of causing scandal. Transition, when local knowledge meets national law. Neighborhood surveillance and gossip shaped Victorian chemical life at the ground level. Regulation shaped it from above. The two systems were not separate. They interacted. Local suspicion could provoke legal inquiry. Legal inquiry could intensify local gossip. A case could move from private tragedy to coroner's court to national press, and then back into local memory where it lingered for years. Victorian society tried to build safer chemical life by translating fear into rules that still had to be enacted by human beings at a counter on a corner. In the Victorian era, the chemist's shop was watched. Sometimes it was watched by the state. More often it was watched by neighbors. Either way, a bottle bought quietly could leave a long shadow once the street decided it had seen enough. Chapter 17, From Scandal to Statute, How Fear Became Policy. Victorian regulation did not emerge from theory alone. It emerged from alarm. A suspicious death could remain a local rumor until it reached the press. Once it reached the press, it could become a public lesson. Once it became a public lesson, it could become political pressure. And once political pressure grew loud enough, it could become law. This was the Victorian pathway from scandal to statute, a cycle in which fear, often sharpened by courtroom drama and newspaper narrative, was translated into policy designed to reassure the public that modern life remained governable. The chemist's shop sat at the center of this translation. It was the point where laws became daily practice. It was where abstract policy became a real refusal, a real signature, a real label, a real ledger entry. The political use of the example case. Policymaking often relies on examples. Victorian reform was no different. A single case could be used to stand in for a broader problem: a poisoning that revealed lax record-keeping, an accident that exposed poor labeling, a scandal that suggested unqualified sellers were too common, an inquest that demonstrated gaps in oversight. The case became a story lawmakers could retell. It offered emotional clarity. It made the risk feel urgent rather than abstract. This can create genuine reform, but it can also distort focus. When a case dominates attention, regulation may concentrate on the specific substance or circumstance associated with that case, even if other risks are equally significant. Victorian poison policy, like many modern regulatory systems, was shaped partly by what frightened the public most, not only by what harmed the public most. Still, the example case served a purpose. It mobilized attention. It made the invisible visible. It forced debate. The state's dilemma: control without collapse. Victorian Britain depended on chemical commerce. It also feared it. The state's dilemma was straightforward: tighten access to dangerous substances without dismantling a system that provided essential relief and practical household goods. A policy that was too strict would provoke resistance from both consumers and trade. A policy that was too loose would be attacked as negligence when the next scandal arrived. This is why Victorian regulation often took the form of controlled access rather than prohibition. It aimed to restrict certain sales to qualified sellers, require traceability through registers, mandate warning labels and storage expectations, establish professional responsibility through licensing and oversight. These measures did not remove substances from society. They attempted to ensure substances moved through more accountable channels. In political terms, this was a compromise: control enough to satisfy fear, access enough to satisfy everyday need. Professional bodies as political actors. Pharmacy professionalization did not happen only in workshops and classrooms. It happened in negotiation rooms. Professional bodies played an active role in shaping regulation. They sought laws that would elevate the status of qualified chemists, reduce competition from unqualified sellers, strengthen the profession's public legitimacy, create enforceable standards that protected members from scandal. This was not purely self-serving. Professional standards can improve safety, but it is important to recognize that professional groups were not neutral. They were political actors with interests. They had a stake in how safe access was defined. The Victorian state often relied on professions to regulate their own members because it reduced enforcement burden. In exchange, professions gained authority and influence. This relationship remains a feature of modern regulation, and Victorian pharmacy is an early example of it. Paperwork as policy's favorite tool. Victorian policymakers loved paperwork for a reason: it was enforceable. A register entry could be demanded. A missing entry could be punished. A signature could be required. A labeled bottle could be inspected. Paper created a visible indicator of compliance. Paper also created an investigative trail. When harm occurred, authorities could follow the trail backward, if the trail existed. This meant paperwork served two purposes at once: prevention through friction and accountability, investigation through traceability after the fact. This dual purpose made registers politically attractive. They were practical, and they looked reassuring to the public. They created the impression of control. The danger was that paperwork can produce theater. A system can look strict while still being circumvented through proxies, casual compliance, or weak enforcement. Victorian regulation's effectiveness varied because its strength depended on the integrity of local practice. Enforcement, the uneven reality. Law on paper is not the same as law in the street. Victorian enforcement was uneven. It varied by location and local resources, willingness of police and inspectors to intervene, local relationships between shopkeepers and officials, the social status of those involved, the presence or absence of scandal prompting scrutiny. In some districts, compliance might be watched closely. In others, it might be treated as a formality. A chemist might record sales meticulously. Another might be sloppy. A third might follow procedure only when nervous about inspection. This unevenness mattered because it shaped public trust. People might assume regulation was universal when it was not. They might assume a poison was difficult to obtain when, in practice, it could still be purchased with minimal effort under certain circumstances. When another case occurred, public outrage often focused not only on the individual crime but on the failure of the system to prevent it. The limits of regulation at the front door. Even the most thorough sales control faced the same boundary, the home. Once a substance entered domestic space, regulation largely ended. Paperwork did not control storage. Registers did not control administration. Labels did not prevent a determined person from misusing a substance. Professional qualifications did not supervise household routine. Victorian policymakers knew this, even if the public sometimes forgot it. Regulation was never designed to eliminate domestic risk completely. It was designed to reduce the ease with which dangerous substances could be acquired, and to make acquisition traceable when harm occurred. This limitation is central to Victorian true crime. The home remained the site where private power could operate. Public morality and the selective focus of law. Victorian policy was shaped not only by safety but by moral priorities. Some substances were treated as especially threatening because they were associated with vice, scandal, or social disorder. Some forms of information were policed as obscene, even when it could reduce harm. Some products remained loosely regulated because they were profitable or culturally accepted, despite carrying risk. This selective focus produced a regulatory landscape that was not purely scientific. It was moral and political. For chemists, this meant that compliance was not only about safety. It was also about navigating the era's moral boundaries, what could be sold openly, what required discretion, what attracted suspicion, and what could ruin reputation if associated with scandal. When policy changes the counter, policy becomes real when it changes behaviour. Victorian reforms altered the daily practice of chemists by increasing documentation demands, formalizing what substances required special handling, strengthening the role of the chemist as gatekeeper, creating clearer penalties for procedural failure, encouraging stronger training and professional identity. Over time, these changes shifted how customers behaved as well. Customers learned which requests would be questioned. They learned which items required signatures. They learned which purchases would be recorded. Some adapted by accepting the rules. Others adapted by seeking workarounds, sending servants, using euphemism, visiting multiple shops. Regulation shaped a dance between control and evasion. The chemist's counter was where that dance played out. Reform's emotional payoff. Regulation also had an emotional function. It helped society feel less helpless. Poison panic is, at its core, fear of vulnerability, the fear that ordinary life can be breached quietly, that trust can be weaponized, that the home can become unsafe without warning. Laws and professional standards cannot fully eliminate that vulnerability, but they can offer reassurance that society is not ignoring it. This is why reform often follows scandal. It is a way for the state to say, "We have seen what you fear, and we are responding." Whether the response is sufficient is a different question. Transition, a new kind of chemist. By the late 19th century, Victorian Britain had created a clearer figure, the modern pharmacist in the making, a professional gatekeeper operating inside law, paperwork, and public expectation. But the chemist's world remained complicated. Proprietary medicines still flourished. Discretion still mattered. Household risk persisted. Moral policing still shaped intimate transactions. The system tightened, yet it could still be worked around. The next chapter follows the chemist into the 20th century's threshold, where regulation expands further and the pharmacy begins to resemble a modern institution. It examines what changed, what remained, and why the Victorian chemist's legacy is still visible in contemporary debates about access, control, and the uneasy coexistence of relief and risk. In Victorian Britain, fear became policy. Policy became paper. Paper became habit. And habit, enforced, performed, and sometimes bypassed, became the quiet machinery through which a society tried to live with the powers it had placed behind a glass counter. Chapter 18, Toward the Modern Pharmacy, What Changed, What Stayed. By the end of the 19th century, the Victorian chemist's shop looked more regulated than it had at mid-century. It also looked more familiar to modern eyes. There were clearer professional boundaries. There was stronger expectation of training. There were poison lists and registers. There were warning labels. There was a growing sense that pharmacy was not merely retail but part of a public safety system. And yet, for all this tightening, the chemist's world did not become a simple story of progress. Many Victorian features endured because they were not technical problems. They were social realities: poverty, pain, privacy, and the tension between access and control. This chapter follows that transition. It is less about a single law and more about a broader shift: how pharmacy moved toward a modern institution while still carrying the imprint of Victorian life. The new identity: pharmacy as a public role. One of the most significant changes was psychological. The chemist increasingly came to be understood as a public-facing professional with duties beyond the customer's immediate request. Earlier, the chemist could be seen primarily as a supplier, someone who sold what people wanted. By the late Victorian period, the chemist was increasingly expected to be a gatekeeper and advisor. The public expected competence. Regulators expected accountability. Professional bodies expected compliance and self-policing. This shift altered how chemists presented themselves. Shops became more clearly ordered. Training and certification became markers of legitimacy. The chemist's demeanor, calm, precise, sober, became part of the profession's self-image. In a culture where respectability mattered, pharmacy professionalization offered a form of social elevation. It also offered a moral shield. The chemist could frame refusals and restrictions as professional duty rather than personal judgment. The counter as a controlled boundary. The modern pharmacy, in its most basic form, is a boundary. It separates the public from direct access to certain substances. Victorian pharmacy moved toward this boundary model. Controlled substances were not simply placed on shelves. They were mediated. The register and the label were part of that mediation, but so was the physical and social structure of the shop: the counter, the back room, the locked drawers, the distance between stock and customer. This physical boundary mattered because it reinforced authority. It also reinforced the idea that some substances were not merely goods. They were risks managed by trained hands. Yet the boundary was never absolute. A determined customer could still seek workarounds. A careless chemist could still be permissive. A familiar customer could still receive easier access. The boundary model improved safety, but it remained dependent on human practice. Standardization versus the marketplace of brands. One of the most persistent tensions in pharmacy history is the conflict between professional standardization and commercial branding. Victorian chemists dispensed custom mixtures, but they also sold proprietary medicines. Those branded products offered convenience and profit. They also created uncertainty because their claims could exceed their evidence, and their ingredients were not always transparent. As pharmacy moved toward modern standards, this branded marketplace did not disappear. It adapted. Chemists continued to stock popular preparations because customers demanded them. Advertising continued to shape public expectation. The chemist's authority competed with the printed promise on a label. This competition remains recognizable today: professional advice versus consumer marketing. Victorian pharmacy did not resolve it. It set the pattern. The problem that would not vanish: self-medication. Victorian society relied heavily on self-medication. That reliance did not end simply because regulation strengthened. The reasons were structural. Doctors were not always accessible or affordable. Many illnesses were chronic and required ongoing management. People valued privacy and discretion. Households had long traditions of home remedies. Chemists offered faster, cheaper, more flexible access. As regulation tightened, self-medication became more controlled at the edges, through poison lists and professional gatekeeping, but it remained central to daily life. This persistence shaped modern pharmacy. It ensured the chemist remained a community institution rather than a purely clinical one. It also ensured that the risk of misuse, dependence, and domestic accident remained part of the system. Intimate health remained coded. Modernity did not immediately make reproduction and sexual health openly discussable. Even as pharmacy professionalized, intimate transactions often remained coded. Euphemism persisted because morality persisted. Women continued to seek female remedies in language that protected them from scrutiny. Chemists continued to balance discretion with risk. This continuity matters because it shows that pharmacy regulation can tighten chemically while remaining socially constrained. You can list poisons, require signatures, and standardize training, and still have entire areas of health commerce operating through silence. The chemist's shop remained one of the few accessible points where intimate needs could be addressed, sometimes safely, sometimes exploitatively, often ambiguously. The rise of documentation culture. One of the most modernizing elements of Victorian pharmacy was the rise of documentation culture, the habit of record-keeping as a normal part of trade. This culture did more than satisfy the law. It changed professional psychology. A chemist who writes things down begins to see practice as something accountable, auditable, reviewable. Records create the possibility of comparison and improvement. They also create evidence when things go wrong. Documentation culture, however, also carries a risk. It can become ritual rather than reflection. A register can be filled mechanically. A signature can become a formality. Labels can be applied without thought. The appearance of compliance can substitute for genuine caution. Victorian regulation created documentation. It could not guarantee what the documentation meant in practice. New risks, new substances. Modernity also brought new substances and new forms of risk. Chemical production increased. Consumer goods multiplied. Households filled with products that were not always fully understood by the people using them. This meant that regulation was always chasing the world it sought to control. As some dangers became better managed, new dangers emerged. Victorian pharmacy sits at the beginning of this modern pattern. Innovation produces risk, reform responds, innovation continues. The chemist became both beneficiary and burden-bearer of this pattern. He sold the products modern life demanded. He also carried the responsibility when modern life harmed. The enduring Victorian lesson: trust is still central. Despite paperwork, training, and regulation, Victorian pharmacy remained a trust-based system. Customers trusted chemists to dispense correctly. Chemists trusted customers to use substances appropriately. The state trusted chemists to keep records honestly. The public trusted the state to enforce rules. When trust failed, scandal followed. This trust structure did not vanish with modernity. It remains in contemporary pharmacy and medicine. Systems can reduce the need for trust through controls, but they cannot eliminate it. Human behaviour remains the foundation. Victorian poison cases show what happens when trust is exploited. Victorian household tragedies show what happens when trust is misplaced or routine becomes careless. Victorian reforms show how society responds, by building systems that attempt to make trust more accountable. Why the Victorian chemist still matters. The Victorian chemist's world matters not because it is quaint, but because it is familiar. The debate over access versus control is ongoing. The tension between professional advice and consumer marketing persists. The uneven distribution of health knowledge persists. The role of pharmacies as community health access points persists. The fear of invisible harm within domestic life persists, even as forms change. The Victorian era did not invent these tensions, but it formalized them in ways that shaped modern institutions. It built the early architecture of the regulated pharmacy: schedules, registers, professional identity, and the idea that safety is partly a matter of procedure. Transition: closing the book without closing the debate. The history of Victorian pharmacy ends the century leaning toward modernity, but it does not end with neat resolution. Chemical risk remains. Human behavior remains. Domestic privacy remains. Regulation strengthens, yet uncertainty persists. In the Victorian world, the bottle was both promise and threat. Modernity did not change that. It only changed how carefully the promise was packaged. Chapter 19: What the Counter Kept: Relief, Risk, and the Victorian Chemical Mind. A Victorian chemist's shop was not a sinister place. It was a place people went to keep living. They came for pain, for coughs, for fever, for nerves, for sleep, for indigestion, for sores, for children's ailments, for the slow discomforts of age, for the after effects of hard work and poor air. They came because the body is persistent in its demands, and because Victorian life was harsh on bodies. They came because doctors were not always accessible. They came because they wanted privacy. They came because the chemist was there, on the street, behind a counter that looked orderly enough to trust. This is the first truth that must be held in view: the Victorian chemical world was built around relief. The second truth follows immediately: relief carried risk. The same system that soothed suffering placed dangerous power into domestic space. It allowed pain to be quieted and, in rare cases, life to be ended quietly as well. It offered care and, occasionally, offered opportunity for harm. It created safety through procedure and exposed vulnerability through privacy. This chapter draws together the book's threads by returning to what the chemist's counter represented in the Victorian imagination, an interface between ordinary need and modern danger. The Victorian chemical mind. Victorian culture was obsessed with classification. The century produced lists, schedules, categories, registers, institutions. It tried to order cities, labor, morals, disease, and commerce. It believed, often sincerely, that modernity could be managed by naming and sorting. Poison regulation is an example of this mindset in action. The schedule turns a substance into a category. The register turns a purchase into a record. The label turns danger into a visible warning. The profession turns a seller into a regulated identity. These are the tools of the Victorian chemical mind, order imposed on invisible power. And yet chemicals are indifferent to the categories humans create. A substance does not behave differently because it is called medicine rather than poison. It behaves differently because of dose, pathway, context, and the fragile variability of bodies. Victorian society understood this in practice, even if it struggled to admit it in public. The same bottle could heal or harm. The same substance could be legitimate or criminal. The difference often lay not in the thing itself but in the story of its use, and the story was not always visible. The quiet negotiations. Much of Victorian chemical life happened through negotiation rather than command. A customer described a symptom. The chemist interpreted it. The customer asked for something by name. The chemist decided whether to supply it. A woman requested a female tonic. The chemist chose how much to hear and how much to pretend not to hear. A servant arrived with a note. The chemist judged whether the note was trustworthy. A regular customer requested a restricted item. The chemist weighed familiarity against procedure. These negotiations were shaped by class and appearance, local reputation, professional identity, commercial pressure, moral norms, legal risk, human fatigue. The counter was not only a point of sale. It was a small theater of judgment. Regulation attempted to standardize this judgment, but it could not eliminate the social nature of the exchange. This is why Victorian pharmacy history is never purely technical. It is a history of human decisions made under constraint. Relief as a moral good. Victorians were often portrayed, in hindsight, as austere and moralising. But their embrace of chemical relief suggests a more complicated reality. People sought comfort, and they sought it actively. They valued sleep. They valued pain reduction. They valued the ability to keep functioning. Relief was not merely a luxury. In many cases it was what allowed people to work, care, endure childbirth recovery, survive chronic illness, and manage grief. Chemical relief was, in this sense, a moral good. It reduced suffering. The chemist's shop made this moral good accessible. Yet moral goods can be exploited. That exploitation can be commercial, overpromised products, vague claims, expensive branded preparations. It can also be criminal, using care as cover, using household routine as camouflage. The Victorian era's fascination with poison cases reflects the fear that the moral good of care could be inverted into harm. The home as both sanctuary and risk. Victorian ideology treated the home as sanctuary. The home was meant to be the place where virtue lived, where women created order, where children were shaped, where private life was protected from the street. Poison cases attacked this ideology at its root. They suggested that the home could be the very place where harm occurred quietly. They suggested that intimacy could be exploited. They suggested that caregiving could conceal malice. They suggested that the sanctuary was only as safe as the people within it. This is why poison trials became so culturally potent. They were not only about death. They were about the fragility of domestic trust. Regulation responded by attempting to control access and create traceability. But traceability cannot rewrite the fact that the home is private. It cannot remove the possibility that an act can occur without witnesses. It cannot ensure that every bottle is stored safely or administered honestly. The Victorian state could regulate the threshold. The home remained beyond full control. The limits of paper. The Victorians loved paper because paper looked like proof. Registers, labels, signatures, schedules, certificates, these were tangible. They could be shown to juries. They could be inspected by officials. They could be held up as evidence that society was taking danger seriously. Paperwork genuinely improved safety in many cases. It created friction. It discouraged casual purchase of the most dangerous items. It provided starting points for investigation. But paper has a limitation. It records transactions more easily than it records actions. A signature is not a confession. A purchase is not administration. A label is not a safeguard if ignored. A schedule is not a barrier if circumvented through proxies or familiarity. Victorian poison mysteries endure partly because the system could record the beginning of a story but not always the middle. It could show that a substance existed, that it was bought, that it was present. It could not always show the moment it entered the body. That moment often remained hidden behind curtains and sickroom doors. Why uncertainty endures. In many poison cases, the public longed for certainty. It felt intuitive that modern science should deliver it. When verdicts produced doubt, the public often interpreted doubt as failure. Yet reasonable doubt is not failure. It is a boundary against conviction by suspicion. Victorian courts were forced to admit what modern readers still sometimes resist: detection is not demonstration. A poison can be identified without proving who administered it. A household can contain danger without proving intent. A relationship can be morally complicated without proving murder. This is not a comforting lesson. It is, however, a truthful one. The law cannot repair grief by inventing certainty. Victorian chemical history is therefore also a history of limits. Limits of science, limits of regulation, limits of proof, limits of what can be known about private life after death. The chemist's legacy. By the century's end, the chemist had become a modern figure information, trained, regulated, accountable. The shop had become a semi-clinical institution embedded in community life. Safety was increasingly framed as professional responsibility rather than purely personal caution. But the chemist's deeper legacy is structural. The Victorian era established patterns that remain. The balance between access and restriction. The reliance on professional gatekeepers. The use of paperwork for traceability. The moral and social framing of certain substances. The persistent gap between public regulation and private domestic practice. The enduring fear of invisible harm. In modern debates about pharmaceutical access, misuse, and regulation, the Victorian argument is still present. It speaks in the language of safety, freedom, necessity, and trust. The difference is that the bottles have changed. Epilogue: the bottle and the threshold. The Victorian chemist stood at a threshold. On one side lay the street: noise, labor, poverty, illness, fatigue, gossip, respectability, and scandal. On the other lay the private interior of the home: the sick bed, the kitchen table, the locked cupboard, the whispered request, the draught taken in the dark. Between these worlds stood a counter, and behind that counter stood a person entrusted with power measured in grains and drops. The 19th century did not invent poison. It did not invent medicine. It did, however, formalize the uneasy coexistence of the two. In Victorian Britain, chemistry moved out of the laboratory and into ordinary life with unprecedented force. Substances once rare became purchasable. Relief became portable. A remedy could be carried home in a labeled bottle. The modern idea that suffering could be managed chemically, quickly, discreetly, repeatedly, became normal. With that normality came a new kind of vulnerability. The same accessibility that allowed a laborer to soothe pain allowed a determined individual to obtain something dangerous. The same discretion that protected a woman's privacy could conceal exploitation. The same domestic routine that made care possible could obscure wrongdoing. Regulation emerged not because society despised medicine, but because it feared what medicine's proximity to poison might enable. The poison register, the signature, the label, the locked drawer, These were not merely bureaucratic gestures. They were attempts to place friction between intention and action. They were acknowledgments that chemical power, once released into daily commerce, required supervision. And yet the Victorians learned, as modern societies continue to learn, that supervision has limits. A register can record purchase. It cannot record motive. A label can warn of danger. It cannot enforce conscience. A qualification can attest to training. It cannot guarantee integrity. A law can restrict access. It cannot eliminate the privacy of the home. Poison cases, when they surfaced, forced society to confront this truth. They exposed the gap between control and certainty. They revealed that detection does not always equal demonstration. They unsettled the comforting belief that modern science could resolve every mystery cleanly and conclusively. But those cases were rare. Far more common were the quiet successes of the system. The cough eased, the fever reduced, the wound cleaned, the sleepless night shortened. The chemist's shop was not primarily a theater of crime. It was a site of ordinary relief. To focus only on the scandal is to miss the fact that for most Victorians, the bottle represented help, not harm. The enduring tension lies here: relief and risk share a container. This tension did not end with the 19th century. It followed pharmacy into the 20th and beyond. It shaped debates over new drugs, new regulations, new moral panics. It remains present wherever powerful substances are dispensed under the promise of benefit and the shadow of misuse. The Victorian chemist's world teaches no simple moral lesson. It offers no clean division between villain and victim, progress and peril. What it offers instead is a portrait of a society attempting to live responsibly with the tools it had created. It shows that trust is essential and fragile. It shows that paperwork can support safety but not replace judgment. It shows that privacy protects dignity and conceals danger. It shows that modernity does not eliminate risk, it redistributes it. Above all, it shows that the line between medicine and poison is not drawn by chemistry alone. It is drawn by context, by intention, by oversight, by habit, by memory, and sometimes by luck. The Victorian chemist stood at a threshold because society needed someone there. Someone to measure, to label, to record, to refuse when necessary, to provide when appropriate. Someone to mediate between suffering and solution. The counter still stands. Its glass may be clearer. Its systems may be digital. Its training more standardized. Its regulations more complex. But the essential act remains unchanged. A person asks for relief, and another person decides how that relief will be supplied. In that exchange, quiet routine, repeated countless times, modern pharmacy was born. And in that exchange, the Victorian lesson endures: powerful remedies require powerful responsibility. Bibliography. Altick, Richard D. Victorian People and Ideas, a companion for the modern reader of Victorian literature. New York, W. W. Norton, 1973. Anderson, Stuart. Making Medicines, A Brief History of Pharmacy and Pharmaceuticals. London, Pharmaceutical Press, 2005. Arnold, David. Toxic Histories, Poison and Pollution in Modern India. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2016. Burney, Ian A. Poison, Detection, and the Victorian Imagination. Manchester, Manchester University Press, 2006. Burney, Ian A. Bodies of Evidence, Medicine and the Politics of the English Inquest, 1830 to 1926. Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 2000. Clark, Michael, and Catherine Crawford, eds Legal Medicine in History. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1994. Digby, Anne. Making a Medical Living, Doctors and Patients in the English Market for Medicine, 1720 to 1911. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1994. Donnelly, Michael. Managing the Poisoned Body, Toxicology and the Victorian Courtroom. In Legal Medicine in History, edited by Michael Clark and Catherine Crawford, 215 to 235. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1994. Harding, Sandra. The Science Question in Feminism. Ithaca, Cornell University Press, 1986. Holloway, S. W. F. Royal Pharmaceutical Society of Great Britain 1841 to 1991, A Political and Social History. London, Pharmaceutical Press, 1991. Jackson, Mark, Edition Health and the Modern Home. London, Routledge, 2007. Jones, Greta. Social Darwinism and English Thought, The Interaction Between Biological and Social Theory. Brighton, Harvester Press, 1980. Lawrence, Christopher. Private Enterprise and Public Interests, Medical Education and the Apothecaries Act, 1815. In Medicine in Society, edited by Andrew Ware, 45 to 73. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1992. Loudon, Irvine. Medical Care and the General Practitioner 1750 to 1850. Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1986. MacDonough, Oliver. A Pattern of Government Growth, 1800 to 1860, The Passenger Acts and Their Enforcement. London, MacGibbon and Key, 1961. Parascandala, John. The Development of American Pharmacology, John J. Abel and the Shaping of a Discipline. Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1992. Peterson, M. Jean. The Medical Profession in Mid-Victorian London. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1978. Porter, Roy. Disease, Medicine and Society in England, 1550 to 1860. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1993. Porter, Roy. The Greatest Benefit to Mankind, A Medical History of Humanity from Antiquity to the Present. London, HarperCollins, 1997. Ramsey, Matthew. Professional and Popular Medicine in France, 1770 to 1830, The Social World of Medical Practice. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1988. Rappaport, Erica Diane. Shopping for Pleasure, Women in the Making of London's West End. Princeton, Princeton University Press, 2000. Rosenberg, Charles E. The Cholera Years, the United States in 1832, 1849, and 1866. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1962. Shapin, Stephen. A Social History of Truth, Civility and Science in 17th Century England. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1994. Taylor, James. Death by Prescription, A Father Takes on His Daughter's Killer, the Multi-Billion-Dollar Pharmaceutical Industry. Melbourne Penguin, 2010. Weatherall, Mark. In Search of a Cure, A History of Pharmaceutical Discovery. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1990. Wall, Anthony S. Endangered Lives, Public Health in Victorian Britain. London, J. M. Dent and Sons, 1983. Wooten, David. Bad Medicine, Doctors Doing Harm Since Hippocrates. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2006.